मला दे ना थोडं. मला दे ना थोडं. लई गोड आणला का? फ्लेंट मध्ये असतो ना, त्याचे 2 असतात. उघडा.
Hello. Hello everyone.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning everyone. So good morning to all the dignitaries joined the national conference. Hello. So we are on behalf of, I am Nitin Malegaonkar. Good morning everyone. I am Nitin Malegaonkar on behalf of Commerce and Economics Department of Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulambri, affiliated to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Welcomes you all of the dignitaries and learned delegates, respected teachers, researchers and students. A very good morning on behalf of our conference. Today, on the 25th May 2022, we are here. Someone's voice. So we are here for the National E-Conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence. each and every conference or each and every program, we starts with some traditions, some rituals we followed as per our culture.
Malegaonkar sir, unmute yourself. Malegaonkar sir, please check your mic. Okay, okay, please.
Okay. Sir, काय नाही ऐकलेले? Okay, I have unmuted myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have unmuted. It is my mistake. Okay. So it is our tradition. It is our rituals to start the day or any program with a prayer to our Almighty God. So we always start the day. It is the greatest. Prayer is the greatest of all the mind conditioner. So I request our colleague, Dr. Manjusha Narwade ma'am, to present the prayer in our mother tongue. Please, Dr. Manjusha Narwade ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of you. या ठिकाणी मी महाविद्यालयामध्ये प्रार्थना म्हटली जाते ती या ठिकाणी सादर करतेय. चराचरांच्या सर्व शक्तीनो B.A.M.U प्रार्थना करा आम्हाला निर्भय निर्मळ उजळू जीवना उजळू द्या उद्योगाची कास धरूया साहस शिकवा संयम शिकवा द्या जीवन चेतना नको कधी तो गर्व यशाचा नको कधी आळस कामाचा द्वेष कुणाचा नको कधीही फुलवा सहभावना रक्षण करणे या सृष्टीचे वाटो आम्हा अतिमोलाचे ममतेची आणि समतेची द्या आम्हा प्रेरणा चराचरांच्या सर्व शक्तीनो B.A.M.U प्रार्थना करा निर्भय निर्मळ उजळू द्या जीवना उजळू द्या जीवना. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Narwade madam. So I again welcome all of the dignitaries, teachers, students, the respected researchers. Now it's time to go ahead. We are so happy to have all of you in our conference as a special guest. It is our tradition and culture also to offer a bouquet and garlands to the honorable guest. But all of us know that due to the online conference, we are unable to do the same. So now I request our Vice Principal, Professor Dr. Kalyakar sir, to introduce our today's guests and welcome them.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So it is our duty to introduce the honorable guests and dignitaries of this 2 days national conference. Good morning and welcome, respected dignitaries, conference and all participants from the whole of India. On the behalf of the Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Education Society, Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalay, Fulamri, the journey of Indian economy after independence. Today's chairperson, Dr. Komaraiah, sir, Honorable Dr. Komaraiah, sir. He has 22 years of teaching experience. He is also worked as a vice principal. He is also worked as a principal of the Sri Santa Sauthamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya, Fulamri. He has presented more than 82 papers. He also delivered inspiring speeches, more than 30 speeches. He is also member of the Maharashtra State Planning Board, State Water Irrigation. He is also Secretary of Pandit Deendayal Upadhyaya Education Society, and he has given emphasis to provide the quality education to the rural poor people. In his principalship, the college has name and fame of the ideal college in the premises of the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Today's inaugurator, Honorable Professor Dr. Sarwade, sir. He is the Dean Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Sir has 31 years of the teaching experience. He is a professional experience. He is a director of many societies. He is also head of the Department of the Commerce. He has completed 6 research projects. Under his guidance, 35 students have awarded PhD degrees and 11 is working. Also, 49 students awarded M.Phil degree. Near about 760 students have completed their project MBA, B.A.M.U or other. He has traveled around the world, more than 21 countries in USA, London, Hong Kong. He has published 25 research papers on international level, 17 on national level. He has published 13 books, and he is a member of the various academic bodies, near about 26 bodies. He has organized more than 19 conference, workshops, seminars. He is a man of multitasking. At one time, he is working on many work. So, on behalf of the Pandit Deendayal Upadhyaya Society and Sri Santa Sauthamali College, I heartily welcome Valmiki Sarwade sir. Now, I introduce the brief introduction of the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Komaraiah JD. He is a professor, Department of the Economics, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, India. He has completed M.A., M.P., PhD, elite in economics. He is a man of agriculture economics. He has 24 years of teaching experience. He has published 2 books. He has completed 4 projects, major projects. Under his guidance, 1 students have completed ICCR postdoctoral fellowship. 1 is working now. Under his guidance, 9 students have completed PhD, awarded PhD, and 10 are working now. 10 students awarded M.Phil, and he has published more than 62 papers on national and international level. He is delivered more than 14 lecturers in national and international conference. I heartily welcome Dr. J.B. Komaraiah, sir. Today's chief guest is Dr. Honorable Professor Dr. Sunil Narwade, sir. He is the professor and head of Department of Economics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. He has completed M.A., NET, and PhD. He has 18 years teaching experience. He is a Senate member of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Under his guidance, 7 students has awarded PhD degree, 8 are working, 13 students has completed M.Phil degree. He have published more than 54 research papers, presented 32 papers in national and international level. I also introduce our honorable principal, Dr. S.R. Takle, sir. He is working as a principal in Sri Santa Sauthamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya from 2010. Before that, he has worked as a principal in the Narwade Mahavidyalaya, Balapur. He have experience of 20 years of principal. Now a member of Senate of Dr. Babasaheb Marathwada University. He has published 5 books and 10 students has awarded PhD degree. I welcome Principal Sir on the behalf of the Department of Economics and Commerce. I welcome all the honorable dignitaries, and also I welcome all the participants who are participated from the Jammu Kashmir, from Assam, from Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, all over India. I heartily welcome. I also request all the participants to join and actively participate in the whole session in this 2 days national conference, the journey of Indian economy after independence. Thank you very much, sir. I hand over the session to the Nitin Malagaonkar.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kalyankar sir. Thanks for introducing our guest and express a warm welcome for them. After the prayer and a warm welcome, all of you know our honorable guests. So now we move ahead to the program. So the next step of this conference is to have an introductory speech. For that, now I call the respected principal of Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulambri, Dr. S.R. Takle sir, on the virtual stage to deliver the introductory speech. Dr. S.R. Takle sir, please.
Good morning, everyone present here, and welcome all of you. Myself, Dr. Subhash Takle, Principal Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulambri. The today national conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence is being held in the college on the occasion of the silver jubilee of the college and the Amrit Mahotsav of Indian independence today. Chairperson Inaugurator session, Dr. Sarwade sir, Honorable Member of Governing Council, Pandit Dindayal Education Society. Inaugurator, Professor Dr. Sarwade sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Komaraiah, Bala, Professor, Department of Economics, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Chief guest and our friend, Professor Dr. Sunil Narwade, Head, Department of Economics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. In this conference, convener, Professor Dr. P.M. Kalyankar, Dr. M.B. Thorat, Mr. P.M. N.P. Malagaonkar, and his colleagues, all these faculties, paper presenter, and students joined this conference. Pandit Dindayal Education Society was established in 1980 with vision to include and spread the ethics and nature-friendly behavioral pattern of human being through education system. Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya is started in 1997 with a vision to provide good quality education to students from rural area. Our college is one of the best rural colleges in the vicinity of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University with the Ideal Examination Center Award, Best Rural Team Award, State Level Annual Magazine Award, Best NSS Unit and Program Officer Award, and Vasundhara Mitra Award for preserving and maintaining more than 2,000 trees in the college premises. College is committed to provide quality education and to develop overall personality of the rural youth to face the day by day increasing competition on the basis of morality, generosity, and equity. College is having 4 acres of space campus with a separate department and classroom. Very young, dynamic, talented, and devoted teaching and non-teaching staff. The greater assets of the college. Out of 16 faculties, 40 faculty members are PhD scholar, and all of them are research supervisor, and 2 faculties are pursuing the PhD. In the year 1970, college come in the existing and within a very short space of time achieved name and fame as an institute of repute for pursuing discipline and morality among the students. College received B grade by NAC and have A grade in academic audit by Dr. A grade in academic audit by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. India became independence on 15 August 1947. After independence, India adopted a mixed economy. Indian government emphasized the development of various sectors through planning. The growth rate of Indian economy, which was close to 2 to 3% at the beginning of the planning period, increased up to 8% in the 11th 5-year plan. Emphasis was laid on the development of the various sectors of the economy through the 5-year plan. In the last 75 years, the economy has made great progress in the agriculture, industrial, and service sector. During the drought period of 1972, our country has to import large quantity of food grain, and now as a result of grain revolution, we are producing large quantity of food grain in our country. The country which was importing machinery to build large dam in now earning revenue through launching satellite of other countries due to technical progress. Per capita income is reached from rupees 265 to 1,15,326 on current price, and India has toward third largest economy by the purchasing power parity. Despite the progress made in the various sectors, some problem like poverty, inequality, and unemployment has not been completely estimated. India is completing 75 years of immediate independence. Therefore, it is necessary to discuss the progress made in various sectors of the economy in this long period and the various problems that are being faced by this sector. Various programs and activities are being organized on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by the government and various organizations all of the countries or college which provided higher education facilities to students in rural area and also completing 25 years of its establishment. The celebration to occasion the Department of Economics and Commerce of the college are jointly organized a national year conference on the journey of Indian economy or independence. So, such as Indian economy will be considered as developed economy. Many dignitaries will be brainstorming to review the state of the Indian economy. So, at the end, I would not take much to your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thanks Dr. Takle sir for giving an introductory speech and also gives an introduction to our Indian economy, its strength, its rank, and also the status of Indian economy in the world economy. Also focus the future of the Indian economy. I thanks Takle sir once again. Then now it's time to inaugurate the conference. As you know that today we have with us the senior professor, Dr. W.K. Sarwade sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, as an inaugurator for the National E-Conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence. So it will be privilege for me to invite Dean and Senior Professor Dr. W.K. Sarwade sir. Sir, please come on the virtual stage to inaugurate the national conference. Please, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Nitin sir, you are getting my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm getting.
माझा आवाज क्लिअर येतोय का?
हो सर एकदम क्लिअर आहे.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, today I am very happy just to joining this one day's national conference. Because why I am happy that I am looking in front of me well-renowned economics Professor Dr. Sarwade Thumbre. I had been working under his guidance in Vivekanand College, and I inspired from that time about how to work, how to go ahead, how to write a paper, how to collect the data, and how to apply research methodology. Really, it's a very great things I learned from that time, and today also I am learning from him. And how he has tried to develop Sant Sautamari, the rural college, Fulambri. He was working as a principal, and he has given a lot of steps to the teachers, to the students, and some other stakeholders of the society also, though he was at present also he is working with the farmers one. Though he was member of planning commission and very important the Shinchin Ayuk. I know him about his decision making, about his thinking style, about his all the ethical values. And so I am very happy to joining this particular international conference one. For this international conference, I'm looking in front of me very big names. That Professor Komaraiah Bala, who is giving keynote address. My friend Professor Sunil Narwade, who is heading the Department of Economics. Then my colleague in the department, head Department of Commerce, Dr. Sayyid Azruddin. Principal of this well-renowned and ethical college, Dr. Subhas Takle sir, and other teachers from this college, Dr. Nitin Malegaonkar sir. Nitin, I am using Dr. Nitin Malegaonkar sir. You try to concentrate on this word. then Dr. Manjusha Nagikar, madam. Then renowned Professor Dr. Sandeep Gaikwad, he is also joined with this conference. Then Vice Principal Priyam Kalyankar sir, and all the dignitaries, those who are joining this particular course. Just 10-15 minutes, just I will share my views. I will not take much more time because I'm not a keynote address, just to take half an hour and 1 hour just to talk with you. That from last 2 years, we are under this particular pandemic. And we were unable just to interact with the students, just to interact with the farmers, just to interact with the teachers, academicians, and all these particular things. But in that particular period also, our central government, with the help of different types of the state government, they worked well just to get out from this particular, the COVID-19, this particular position 1. And what the topic you have kept for this discussion, that is a journey of Indian economy after independence. It's a very great thing. It is challenge to the society. It is challenge to the country. Just to think about after independence. We are looking different types of movies. We are trying to handle, we are trying to concentrate on different types of subjects. Particularly from last 2 years, we were under the COVID-19, this particular position 1. In that particular COVID-19, our central government has kept different types of philosophy in that particular period. That you might have seen the first lockdown was on 22nd March. That was Janta curfew. And that particular Janta curfew was just boosting the people, just boosting your mind, just boosting the confidence. And that was necessary to the Indian public society, to the farmers, to the students and academicians 1. On 24th March, there was second lockdown. And the philosophy was, Jaan hai to jahan hai. If there is life, there will be livelihood. Honorable, our Prime Minister, that he put the philosophy, Jaan hai to jahan hai. Then 11th April, there was second lockdown. And Jaan bhi, jahan bhi. That we were thinking, Jaan bhi jarurat hai, jahan bhi jarurat hai. Then on 11th May, there was third lockdown, Jaan se lekar jag tak. Just it was a philosophy. And 18 May, there was fourth lockdown, local, focal, and global 1. By the help of this particular philosophy, central government tried to motivate to the self-help group, women's, boys and girls, just to establish very good self-help groups and try to produce your product and try to present your local product at international level 1. And you know, in that particular pandemic, self-help group in the state of Maharashtra, self-help group at India level, they have worked remarkably 1. And this self-help group, they have produced 3 lakh crore sanitizer, masks, hand gloves. And really, it was remarkable development by the help of this particular self-help group under this particular COVID position 1. And the central government, with the help of state government, they were trying to present our local product at international level 1. And it was a very good things 1. And what we are talking about after independence, we are in what type of position 1? Because COVID-19, there was a problem. Then infrastructure development, FDI in retail. That every businessman, entrepreneur, and we the academician, we are trying to concentrate how the other different types of companies, they are coming to India, how they are trying to invest the money, particularly in retail. Why? Because retail is providing a very good job opportunity to the young youth and to the people's 1. And by the help of this particular retail, central government, Honorable our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi ji, and Honorable our Finance Minister, Honorable Nirmala Sitaram ji, Madam, she tried to concentrate on different types of pillars. Infrastructure, one important pillar. Internal source, it is one important pillar. Education is another important pillar. And the farmers. For these stakeholders, the central government, with the help of state government, they try to contribute more to this particular society. They try to strengthen this particular society 1. Because micro, small, and medium enterprises, its contribution to the Indian GDP is 30 to 35%. And so, our Honorable Finance Minister, Honorable Nirmala Sitaramji Madam, she tried to concentrate on the employment problem, agricultural development, then import, export, different types of opportunities, then Jan Dhan Yojana, youth development. Particularly, our Prime Minister, he tried to concentrate, tried to motivate to the self-help group one. आणि आपल्या कोविडच्या पोझिशनमध्ये सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपमध्ये सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट आणि स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटनं चांगल्या प्रकारे मोटिवेशन केल्यामुळं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून महिला आणि मुलांनी चांगल्या प्रकारचं सॅनिटायझरचं उत्पादन केलं, मास्कचं उत्पादन केलं, हँड ग्लोव्हचं उत्पादन केलं. अँड इट इज very good remarkable position of this particular India in this particular independent era one. It's very good things one. And one important thing that import export position, our central government tried to concentrate, because in pandemic there was impact on two-wheeler, four-wheeler, different types of agriculture sector also. But in that particular export and import, our central government has tried to concentrate, and now that contribution to GDP of this micro, small and medium enterprises, that 30 to 35% means employment provided by this particular sector is 114 million. 114 मिलियन एवढ्या प्रकारचं त्या ठिकाणी एम्प्लॉयमेंट मायक्रो, स्मॉल अँड मिडियम एंटरप्राइजेसच्या माध्यमातून आपल्या देशामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी हे दिलं जातं. अँड इट्स ग्रेट अपॉर्च्युनिटी. Central government tried to grab this particular opportunity. They tried to concentrate to the youth, and they try to give the very good employment opportunity to the students one, and particularly import and export one. When before last 1 year, import export position, particularly in two-wheeler and four-wheeler, it was not working properly. But you can see from last 7 to 8 months, now this particular export is increased by 7.9%, and import is increased by 6.1%, and it is a remarkable development after this particular independent of this particular country one, because there are 75 different types of million ancillary industries are depend upon this micro, small and medium enterprises one. Means indirect employment, 15 million employment is provided by this particular sector one. And so our honorable the central minister, Mr. Nitinji Gadkari sir, Nirmala Sitaramji madam, they try to contribute a lot to this particular sector one. And so under this particular sector, we are working properly one. And one important aspect of the after this particular independent, you will find impact of lockdown on different sectors. That Microsoft company न 46% जी एम्प्लॉयमेंट त्या ठिकाणी रिड्यूस त्या ठिकाणी झाली होती त्या पिरियडमध्ये कार एक्सपोर्ट 4.5% डिक्लाइन झाला होता, आणि तोच कारशील पाठीमागच्या 6 ते 7 महिन्यामध्ये 8 महिन्यामध्ये एकदम कम्फर्टेबल पोझिशनला त्या ठिकाणी आलेला आहे. आपल्याला माहिती असेल, सप्टेंबर 2009 ते डिसेंबर 2009 अमेरिकेमध्ये रिसेशन आलं होतं, ग्लोबल रिसेशन आलं होतं. एका दिवसात अमेरिकेच्या 1000 बँका बंद पडल्या होत्या, आणि त्या बँका बंद पडल्यामुळं एवढं काही रिसेशन त्या ठिकाणी आलं होतं, एम्प्लॉयमेंटचा प्रॉब्लेम त्या ठिकाणी निर्माण झाला होता. परंतु त्या पिरियडमध्ये सुद्धा भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेला कुठल्याही प्रकारचा धोका निर्माण त्या ठिकाणी झाला नव्हता, कारण आपली भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था एवढी कम्फर्टेबल आहे, चांगली आहे. अँड पर्टिक्युलरली the RBI is monitoring properly on this particular sector one. And you will find about import and export. Hyundai Motor, Nissan Motors, Ford India, Maruti Suzuki, GM India and Volkswagen India, या कंपन्यांचा जो एक्सपोर्ट होता त्या ठिकाणी तो कमी झालेला होता. बट फ्रॉम लास्ट 8 to 9 months, due to central government, you will find the policy of the central government and the economics of this particular central government and country, they are contributed a lot. And under this particular two-wheeler and four-wheeler, आपली इम्पोर्ट ही त्या ठिकाणी वाढवलेली आहे. आणि एक सरकारचं मला त्या ठिकाणी अभिनंदन त्या ठिकाणी करावं असं वाटतं की त्या ठिकाणी ह्या लॉकडाऊनच्या पिरियडमध्ये which unorganized workers, they migrated from Mumbai to another state, migrated from Mumbai to their own place. आणि त्या पिरियडमध्ये गव्हर्नमेंटनं मायग्रेट होणाऱ्या लोकांना अन्न पाण्याचा तुटवडा येऊ नये, कुठल्याही प्रकारचा प्रॉब्लेम त्यांना त्या ठिकाणी येऊ नये, याच्यासाठी गव्हर्नमेंटनं त्या ठिकाणी अन्नधान्य पुरवायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केला, आणि भरपूर लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी अन्नधान्याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी मदत झाली. इट इज ग्रेट अचिव्हमेंट ऑफ द सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट वन, रिअली व्हेरी गुड. बट in that particular position also, that लॉकडाऊन अँड इट्स इम्पॅक्ट ऑन इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर विल फाइंड द फोर्थ IT कंपनी विप्रो जानेवारी 20 ते मे 2020 त्यांचा 6% प्रॉफिट त्या ठिकाणी होता आणि तोच प्रॉफिट 2019 मध्ये 2493.2 करोड होता. तो 2493.2 करोड ते 2345.3 करोड त्या ठिकाणी होता आणि 88% व्हेकल सेल त्या ठिकाणी त्या दरम्यान कमी झालेला होता. कार सेल 51% कमी झालेला होता. म्हणजे प्रत्येक दिवशी आपण 2300 एव्हरी इयर 2300 करोडच्या कार आपण त्या ठिकाणी सेल करत होतो. टू व्हीलरचा सेल 39.83% त्या ठिकाणी कमी झालेला होता. FDI वॉज डिक्रीज्ड ओव्हरऑल आणि त्या ठिकाणी FDI एवढ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी कमी झालेला होता. परंतु याचाही विचार करता एक महत्वाचा भाग आपल्या लक्षात त्या ठिकाणी येईल. जिओनं एवढी काही करामत त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. दो जिओ वॉज वर्किंग प्रॉपरली अँड जिओचा आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला तर यू विल फाइंड पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिक्युलर दी कोविड. कारण जिओमध्ये बाकीच्या कंपन्या पेंडामिक मध्ये जरी त्या ठिकाणी लॉसमध्ये जात होत्या, जरी त्या ठिकाणी डिक्रीज होत होत्या, शेअर डिक्रीज होत होता, तरी त्या पिरियडमध्ये जिओची परदेशी गुंतवणूक मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेली होती. अँड इट इज रिमार्केबल डेव्हलपमेंट विथ हेल्प ऑफ सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट. These particular the companies they work lot for this particular section 1 because you will find 7 जूनला आडिया अबू धाबी इन्व्हेस्टमेंट अथॉरिटी they have deal value 5683.3% crore means 1.16% the stake they purchased from Jio. Then 5th June सिल्वर लेक या कंपनीनं 4547 करोड रुपयाची डील व्हॅल्यू त्या ठिकाणी परचेस केली. 0.93% जिओचे शेअर त्या ठिकाणी खरेदी केले. 5 जूनला पुन्हा अंबादला या इन्व्हेस्टर कंपनीनं 9093 करोड रुपयाचं त्या ठिकाणी शेअर डील त्या ठिकाणी केलं अँड 1.85% करोड शेअर ऑफ द जिओ दे परचेस. द KKR 2.32%, जनरल अटलांटिक दॅट 1.34%, देन विस्टा इंडिया 2.32%, सिल्वर लेक 1.15%. म्हणजे आपण जर विचार केला इन द पॅन्डेमिक पोझिशन ऑल्सो जिओ मध्ये एवढी परदेशी त्या ठिकाणी गुंतवणूक झालेली आहे. सर्वात मोठी गुंतवणूक जर त्या ठिकाणी कोणी केली असेल 22 एप्रिलला फेसबुकनं सर्वात जास्त गुंतवणूक 9.99% म्हणजे जवळजवळ 43,574 करोड रुपयाची गुंतवणूक जिओमध्ये फेसबुकनं त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. अँड इट इज व्हेरी ग्रेट डील. स्वातंत्र्यानंतर सुद्धा भारताला एवढ्या मोठ्या पॅन्डेमिक मध्ये त्या ठिकाणी सामोरं जरी जावं लागत असलं तरी IT कंपन्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये काही कंपन्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये आपण एकदम चांगल्या स्थितीत त्या ठिकाणी आहोत. आणि एक महत्वाची गोष्ट आणखी जर आपण त्या ठिकाणी पाहिली डेबिट आणि क्रेडिट कार्ड. खरं म्हणजे काय झालं की कॉमर्स मॅनेजमेंटला आम्ही एक विषय त्या ठिकाणी ठेवला होता डिमॉनिटायझेशन. डिमॉनिटायझेशन ही देशाची गरज आहे. डिमॉनिटायझेशन हे आपला रेग्युलर व्यवहाराचा भाग आहे. म्हणजे माझ्या भाषेत मी सांगतो रेग्युलर व्यवहार म्हणजे आपल्या व्यवहारात नसतो बट जस्ट अबाउट द फायनान्शियल डिसिप्लिन दॅट दिस पर्टिक्युलर थिंग इज मोस्ट एसेन्शियल थिंग्स. आपण जर बघत असू डिमॉनिटायझेशन झाल्यापासून भ्रष्टाचाराला त्या ठिकाणी कमी वाव मिळतोय. ज्या ठिकाणी 10 रुपयाचं बिल लावायचं तिथे 100 रुपयाचं लावलं जात होतं. आता ऑनलाईन बिल असल्यामुळे तुम्हाला त्या गोष्टी करता येत नाही. म्हणजे जे कोणी करत असतील त्याला त्या ठिकाणी ते करता येत नाही. आणि म्हणून डेबिट अँड कार्ड क्रेडिट कार्ड याच्यामध्ये पर्चेसिंग कॅपॅसिटी फार मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेली आहे आणि 25,000 कोटीपेक्षा अधिकचे व्यवहार दररोज UPI व्यवहाराच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी होत आहेत. सो इट इज गुड अचिव्हमेंट, ग्रेट अचिव्हमेंट मेड बाय द इंडियावर. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये डिजिटल पेमेंट 41% त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेला आहे. रोख व्यवहार 26% आहेत आणि 23% व्यवहार डेबिट आणि क्रेडिट कार्डच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी झाले. म्हणजे 72 पटीने UPIचा व्यवहार गेल्या 4 वर्षात त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेला आहे. म्हणजे आज 50,000 मला खिशात घेऊन जायला जी मला भीती वाटत होती, जी मला प्रेशर येत होतं, आज मला ते पैसे डेबिट आणि क्रेडिट कार्डच्या माध्यमातून XYZ ला पाठवायचे असतील तर मला ते प्रेशर येत नाही. मीन्स इट इज रिलेटेड टू हेल्थ ऑल्सो. आणि म्हणून डेबिट आणि क्रेडिट कार्डचे नियम बदलून गव्हर्नमेंटनं चांगल्या प्रकारचे रिफॉर्म्स या बँकिंग क्षेत्रामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आणलेले आहेत. आणि डेबिट आणि क्रेडिट कार्डद्वारे व्यवहार करताना कार्ड जारी करणारी बँक किंवा कार्ड नेटवर्क या व्यतिरिक्त कोणीही कार्ड डेटा गोळा करू शकणार नाही. इट इज ग्रेट अचिव्हमेंट मेड बाय द सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट वन. आणि हे सर्व करत असताना एक भाग त्याच्यामधला आहे की आम्ही आज रस्त्यावर जात असताना रस पितो, उसावाला माणूस त्याच्याकडे चहा पितो, त्याच्याकडे सुद्धा त्या ठिकाणी तुमचं जर मोबाईल मधलं स्क्रीनिंग कार्ड त्या ठिकाणी असेल, स्क्रीन करता येतं तुम्हाला, आणि त्या ठिकाणी तुम्हाला 10 रुपये सुद्धा आज त्या मोबाईलच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी देता येतात. जो शेतकरी, जो विद्यार्थी, जो ग्रामीण भागातला युवक, जो ग्रामीण भागातला अडाणी माणूस तो म्हणत होता की डिजिटल बँकिंग खराब आहे, डिजिटल बँकेच्या माध्यमातून देश असा होईल, बेघर होईल, हे होईल, ते होईल. परंतु आपल्या ह्या आरबीआयच्या माध्यमातून जे बँकिंग व्यवहार देशामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी होत आहेत, त्याच्यामध्ये रिमार्केबल डेव्हलपमेंट चेंजेस यू विल फाइंड. आणि याच्यामध्ये आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, युपीआयच्या मदतीने सर्वांचे जे चांगले गुण त्या ठिकाणी येत आहेत. आणि आज 9.83 लाख करोड रुपीज इन 2022 मध्ये 9.83 लाख कोटीचे व्यवहार या मोबाईल पेमेंटवरून त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेले आहेत. म्हणजे 111% वाढ युपीआयच्या व्यवहारात या मोबाईल पेमेंटवरून त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेले आहे. हा आपल्याला रिमार्केबल चेंज वाटत नाही का? आणि याच्यामध्ये की जो माणूस आज त्या ठिकाणी जी महिला खेड्यात काम करत होती, ऊस तोडत होती, शेतात मजुरी करून जे पैसे आणून घरात त्या ठिकाणी ठेवत होती, भविष्यासाठी इन्व्हेस्टमेंट त्या ठिकाणी करत होती, आणि मग XYZ तिच्या घरातलं कोणीतरी दारू पिण्यासाठी, काहीतरी करण्यासाठी ते पैसे घेत होते, भांडणं होत होते. याच्या माध्यमातून जर मोबाईलच्या माध्यमातून पेमेंट झालं, ते पैसे खात्यात जमा होतात. आणि म्हणून जे अशा प्रकारचं त्या ठिकाणी जे डिजिटल व्यवहाराच्या माध्यमातून जे बाकीच्या काही गोष्टी चुकीच्या होत होत्या, ते आज त्या ठिकाणी होताना दिसत नाही. हा एक महत्वाचा भाग याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येतो. एक भाग त्याच्यामध्ये प्रामुख्याने आणखी एक त्या ठिकाणी दिसतो बँकेच्या बाबतीमध्ये. 7,940 बँक घोटाळे एका वर्षात त्या ठिकाणी उघडकीस आलेले आहेत. वाय? जर त्या ठिकाणी डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम जर सुरुवातीला त्या ठिकाणी जर लागू झाली असती, तर एवढ्या मोठ्या प्रकारचे बँक घोटाळे झाले नसते, असं माझं ओपिनियन आहे. सर्व अकॅडमिशियन समोर बसलेले आहेत. ही वाक्य माझं मोठंही त्या ठिकाणी होऊ शकतं, परंतु पंजाब नॅशनल बँक 431 घोटाळे त्या ठिकाणी झालेले आहेत. म्हणजे 9,528.95 कोटीचा घोटाळा म्हणजे अडकलेली रक्कम पंजाब नॅशनल बँकेत आहे. स्टेट बँक ऑफ इंडियामध्ये 4,192 कोटीचे घोटाळे त्या ठिकाणी झालेले आहेत. 6,932.37 कोटी रुपयाची रक्कम त्याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आणलेली आहे. बँक ऑफ इंडिया 201 घोटाळे झालेले आहेत. 5,923.19 करोड रुपये त्याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी अडकलेले आहेत. बँक ऑफ बडोदा 280 घोटाळे त्या ठिकाणी उघडकीस आलेले आहेत. 3,189.36 कोटी एवढा पैसा त्याच्यामध्ये अडकलेला आहे. आणि युनियन बँक 627 एवढे घोटाळे त्या ठिकाणी बाहेर आलेले आहेत. 3,939 कोटी याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी गुंतलेले आहेत. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये सर्वात जास्त इंडियन बँकेतील 211 घोटाळ्यात 2,03,238.28 कोटी, इंडियन ओव्हरसीज बँकेत 392 कोटी, त्या अशा प्रकारचे घोटाळे या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी उघड झालेले आहेत. मग या निमित्तानं मला एक रिमार्केबल चेंज याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी वाटतो. व्हॉट वी हॅव सीन रिमार्केबल चेंजेस when we had been using debit and credit card and digital banking system, you will not face this type of problems. One एवढं होऊन सुद्धा आज आपली भारतीय व्यवस्था एकदम स्ट्रॉंग याला आहे. त्याचा एक आधार आहे डिजिटल बँकिंग. आणि हे युपीआयच्या माध्यमातून आपण जे त्या ठिकाणी व्यवहार करतोय, याचा त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी उपयोग त्या ठिकाणी होताना दिसतोय. आणि याचा आपण निश्चितपणे त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला पाहिजे. मग हे सर्व आपण विचार करतोय, मग याच्यामध्ये एक जे तुमच्या आणि माझ्या एक जिव्हाळ्याचा विषय आहे व्हॉट्सअप. व्हॉट्सअपवर फोटो पाठवणं, मेसेज पाठवणं, याच्यात आपण फक्त इंटरेस्ट घेतोय, आवडीनं फक्त. हाऊ द इकॉनॉमिक्स टीचर्स, कॉमर्स अँड मॅनेजमेंट टीचर्स, द फायनान्शियल इन्क्लुझिव्ह टीचर्स, वाय दे हॅव नॉट थॉट अबाउट दिस पर्टिक्युलर व्हॉट्सअप. व्हॉट्सअपमध्ये 2009 ला व्हॉट्सअप कंपनीची स्थापना त्या ठिकाणी झाली. कुठून झाली? युक्रेनमधून. जे युक्रेन आता उद्ध्वस्त होते, 24 फेब्रुवारीला जेनकॉम युक्रेनमधून त्या ठिकाणी होते, त्यानं 2009 ला व्हॉट्सअपची कंपनी स्थापना केली. त्याच्यामध्ये उद्देश त्या ठिकाणी काय होता? मेसेज आणि ऍप्लिकेशन त्या ठिकाणी पाठवणं, फोटो पाठवणं, डेटा पाठवणे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आज आपण जर विचार केला, 156 करोडहून अधिक चाहते या व्हॉट्सअपच्या त्या ठिकाणी आहेत. परंतु मी एक कॉमर्स मॅनेजमेंट, थोडा इकॉनॉमिक्सचा प्रोफेसर अकॅडमिशियन या अर्थाने त्या ठिकाणी विचार करतो. व्हॉट्सअप टीम मध्ये 55 इंजिनियर आज देशभरामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी काम करतायत. एक इंजिनियर 1.80 लाख वापरकर्त्यांना हँडल करतोय. व्हॉट्सअपमध्ये 55 इंजिनियर देशभरात त्या ठिकाणी काम करतायत. एक इंजिनियर 1.80 म्हणजे साधारणतः 2 लाख युजर्सला त्या ठिकाणी हँडल करतोय. रोज 5,300 करोड मेसेज दररोज पाठवले जात आहेत व्हॉट्सअपच्या माध्यमातून. आणि रोज 160 करोड फोटोचे शेअर्स त्या ठिकाणी होत आहेत. व्हिडिओची संख्या जवळजवळ 35 करोड एवढी त्या ठिकाणी दररोज व्हिडिओ त्या ठिकाणी या माध्यमातून पाठवले जातात. 35 भाषामध्ये भारतामध्ये याचा त्या ठिकाणी वापर होतो. आणि महिन्याला 100 करोड वापर करते एकदम इन्व्हॉल्व्ह होऊन त्याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी वापरतायत. आणि जगामध्ये व्हॉट्सअप डाउनलोड होणारे हे 5व्या नंबरचं ऍप त्या ठिकाणी आहे. एक त्याच्यामध्ये मी या ठिकाणी पाहतो हाऊ दी व्हॉट्सअप दे हॅव प्रोव्हाइडेड व्हेरी गुड एम्प्लॉयमेंट. वन थिंग, most of the Indian engineers, they are working under this particular app. Second thing, number third, though we are sending the messages, though we are sending the photos, but with the help of this particular sending messages and photos, घरी बसल्या आपण एखाद्याचा फोटो पाहू शकतो, घरी बसल्या आपण एखाद्याचा बायोडाटा पाहू शकतो, घरी बसल्या आपण त्या ठिकाणी चांगल्या पद्धतीने भाषण देऊ शकतो. फक्त घरी बसल्या कुठलं तरी पुस्तकातलं रिसर्च पेपरचं आपण कॉपी पेस्ट करू नये आणि ते इथिकलला आपल्याला पटणार नाही. घरी बसल्या हे जरी करतात असेल तरी रिसर्चरनं हे करू नये अशी माझी नम्र आणि कळकळीची विनंती या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी असली आहे. एक भाग महत्वाचा आपण त्या ठिकाणी पाहतोय, भारतीय कंपनी, हाऊ द इंडियन इकॉनॉमी, द इंडियन कंपनी दे आर वर्किंग ऍट देअर इंटरनॅशनल लेवल. म्हणजे भारतीय कंपन्यांनी 81,000 अमेरिकन लोकांना नोकऱ्या त्या ठिकाणी दिलेल्या आहेत. हाऊ यू सी हाऊ द इंडियन, पर्टिक्युलरली टाटा, हाऊ वी आर वर्किंग ऍट इंटरनॅशनल लेवल. आपण म्हणतोय की भारत फार दुसऱ्यावर डिपेंड आहे. नो, यू नो, वन इम्पॉर्टंट प्रोजेक्ट Honorable our Prime Minister, he tried to introduce under this particular FDI, that is DMIC project, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor. Very good important project initiated by the central government. लोकांना वाटत होतं की DMIC प्रोजेक्ट कागदोपत्रीच राहील, हे सर्व कागदाचा फुसका बार होईल, ह्याच्यातून काहीच मिळणार नाही. नो, इट इज व्हेरी रॉंग. DMIC प्रोजेक्ट 3-4 वर्षापूर्वी सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटने इनिशिएट केला. तो प्रोजेक्ट त्या ठिकाणी 3 देश त्याच्यामध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व त्या ठिकाणी झाले. त्याच्यामध्ये चायना, जर्मनी आणि जपान. आणि प्रामुख्यानं याच्यामध्ये जे फायनान्शियल इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स आहेत त्या 23% पैसा याच्यामध्ये गुंतवत आहेत. त्या ठिकाणी आपलं सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट जवळजवळ 52% पैसा त्याच्यामध्ये घेतोय. आणि हे 3 देश चायना, जपान आणि जर्मनी, दे आर गोइंग टू इन्व्हेस्ट नियर अबाउट 26% ऑफ द मनी अंडर दिस पर्टिक्युलर DMIC प्रोजेक्ट. आणि ह्या DMIC प्रोजेक्ट जवळजवळ आपल्या देशातील 7 राज्यामधून त्या ठिकाणी जाते. त्या ठिकाणी गोवा, महाराष्ट्र, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, दिल्ली, प्रमुख नोएडाचा भाग आणि राजस्थान, गुजरात, म्हणजे 7 राज्यामध्ये शेतकऱ्याला जमिनीचे चांगले भाव त्या ठिकाणी मिळालेले आहेत. शेतकरी हुशार आहे. बंजर जमीन फक्त शेतकऱ्यांनी विकलेली आहे, पण तो मार्केटमध्ये काय चाललंय, एकदम सुजलाम सुफलाम जमीन त्या ठिकाणी सरकार विकत घेते. नो, इट इज रॉंग. बंजर जमीन त्या ठिकाणी गव्हर्नमेंटनं त्या शेतकऱ्याला विकायला मोटिवेट त्या ठिकाणी केलेला आहे. चांगला भाव शेतकऱ्याला त्या ठिकाणी मिळतोय. 7 राज्यातून हा प्रोजेक्ट त्या ठिकाणी जातोय. औरंगाबादला ऑरिकची निर्मिती झाली. यू माइट हॅव सीन ऑरिक. Honorable our Prime Minister, he inaugurated ORIC, this particular city, and most of the companies, they have started their business in Aurangabad industrial area. And we, our students, आम्ही अकॅडमिशियन विचार काय करतो, माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना नोकरी कुठे मिळणार आहे. Our students, they are getting very good employment. And the Indian companies, they have provided 81 lakh the jobs to the American. 68 कंपन्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी अमेरिकेमध्ये टाटाच्या माध्यमातून, टाटा इज प्लेइंग मेजर रोल इन अमेरिका. अमेरिकेत 17 अब्ज डॉलरची गुंतवणूक या टाटा साहेबांनी आपल्या त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. 2013 ते 2000 त्या ठिकाणी 21 शेवटपर्यंत 81,000 अमेरिकन नागरिकांना त्या ठिकाणी टाटा साहेबांनी त्या ठिकाणी नोकरी प्रामुख्याने दिलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये प्रामुख्याने न्यू जर्सी, कॅलिफोर्निया, न्यूयॉर्क, टेक्सास. As per CII annual report, what CII has given in America, the 40 different types of states, the Tata is working properly. अमेरिकेच्या 40 राज्यामध्ये टाटानी त्या ठिकाणी 17 अब्ज डॉलरची गुंतवणूक त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 40 राज्यामध्ये 81,000 लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी अमेरिकेच्या त्या ठिकाणी नोकरी दिली आहे. मग हा विचार करा, जर टाटानी अमेरिकेमधून परदेशी गुंतवणूक जर काढून घेतली, अमेरिकेची काय पोझिशन होऊ शकते. You see? परंतु अमेरिका टाटाला सोडणार नाही. प्रश्न त्याच्यामध्ये कसा आहे की टाटा वेर इज फ्रॉम, इज फ्रॉम इंडिया. कम्फर्टेबल पोझिशन आपल्या सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटनं, स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटनं निर्माण त्या ठिकाणी करून दिलेले आहे. आणि म्हणून जर टाटानं अमेरिकेमधून ही 17-18 अब्जाची गुंतवणूक, जर अब्ज डॉलरची गुंतवणूक जर काढली, तर अमेरिकेची काय पोझिशन होईल तसा याचा तुम्ही त्या ठिकाणी विचार करा. सो आफ्टर इंडिपेंडन्स, स्वातंत्र्यानंतर आपण जे पाहतोय ही फार मोठा चेंज याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसतोय. आणि जो -7.5% जीडीपीचा आपण 1-1.5-2 वर्षापूर्वी त्या ठिकाणी विचार करत होतो, तर त्याच्यामध्ये आपण जर पाहिलं, कृषी, मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग सेक्टर, वीज, गॅस, कन्स्ट्रक्शन आणि पर्यटन याच्यामध्ये आपण जर विचार केला तर आता हा जीडीपीचा रेट साधारणतः 3 ते 4% पुढे जाऊन त्याच्याही पुढे आणखी जायचा त्या ठिकाणी आपण त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न करतोय. ही आपल्यासाठी मोठी गुंतवणूक आहे. त्याच्या आपण विचार जर केला औरंगाबादमध्ये 7,500 कोटी रुपयाची गुंतवणूक या एफडीआयच्या माध्यमातून रिटेल सेक्टरमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी होते आणि त्याच्यामध्ये नोकरीच्या मोठ्या संधी त्या ठिकाणी असणार आहेत. पुण्यामध्ये 30,000, औरंगाबादमध्ये 10,000, कोकणामध्ये वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे 8 उद्योग त्या ठिकाणी येत आहेत आणि 2,11,460 एवढ्या प्रकारचा रोजगार कोकणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी निर्माण होतोय. पुण्यामध्ये 9 उद्योग त्या ठिकाणी येत आहेत. 4,261 कोटी रुपयाची गुंतवणूक पुण्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी होते आणि 30,370 एवढ्या प्रकारचा रोजगार पुण्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी उत्पन्न त्या ठिकाणी होतोय आणि एकूण गुंतवणुकीच्या 77% गुंतवणूक ही कोकणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी होते. इट्स रिमार्केबल चेंज. यू विल फाइंड अंडर दिस पर्टिक्युलर रिमार्केबल चेंज द फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंट विथ द हेल्प ऑफ सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट दे आर प्रोव्हाइडिंग व्हेरी वेल टू दिस पर्टिक्युलर द कंट्री वन. आणि ह्या सर्व गोष्टीचा आपण जर विचार त्या ठिकाणी केला, एक भाग आता सर समोर बसलेले आहेत, काही गोष्टी मला सांगणं थोडंसं हे आहे. लॉकडाऊन मध्ये वाईनच्या मागणीत 60% वाढ झालेली आहे. आता याला तुम्ही थोडंसं आपण कॉमर्सला प्रोफेसर फक्त आकडेवारीचे आहे त्या ठिकाणी, परंतु त्याच्यामध्ये आपण जास्त घुसायचा प्रयत्न त्या ठिकाणी करू नये. परंतु लॉकडाऊन मध्ये वाईनच्या मागणीत 60% वाढ झालेली आहे. एकीकडे अभ्यासाचा भाग म्हणून आपण जरी त्याला प्रॉपर म्हणत असू, ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी म्हणत असू, हेल्थच्या माध्यमातून आणि प्रामुख्याने इतर याच्या माध्यमातून ही वाढ होणं चांगली नाही. याच्यात वाढ होण्यापेक्षा एफडीआय मध्ये, इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंटमध्ये, ऍग्रिकल्चर फील्डमध्ये ही वाढ होणं त्या ठिकाणी गरजेची त्या ठिकाणी आहे. आणि आज आपण जर विचार केला, ऑनरेबल अवर फायनान्स मिनिस्टर सीतारामनजी मॅडम अँड ऑनरेबल मोदीजी, व्हॉट दे हॅव ट्राईड लॉट फ्रॉम लास्ट 2 years. या ठिकाणी पेंडेमिक मध्ये मंदी असताना सुद्धा हे गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी काम करते, लोकांना घेऊन काम करते, शेतकऱ्याला घेऊन काम करते, सायंटिस्टला घेऊन काम करते. आणि मंदीतही काही क्षेत्र आपल्याकडे एवढे सुरक्षित आहेत. फार्मास्युटिकल सेक्टर, डेटा अनालिसिस सेक्टर, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, माहिती आणि तंत्रज्ञान आणि सर्वाधिक प्रभावी क्षेत्र आरबीआयच्या नुसार त्या ठिकाणी आपण जर विचार त्या ठिकाणी केला, एमएसएमईला गव्हर्नमेंटनं फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या ठिकाणी मदत केलेली आहे. आणि एमएसएमईवर एवढ्या प्रकारचा रोजगार आपण त्या ठिकाणी आज उपलब्ध त्या ठिकाणी होतोय. आणि हा रोजगार उपलब्ध होत असताना आपण त्या ठिकाणी म्हणतोय की त्या ठिकाणी जे जनधन खात्याचा त्या ठिकाणी आज जर पेपर आपण त्या ठिकाणी पाहिला असेल, आज 25 तारखेला एक आकडेवारी जनधन खात्याची त्या ठिकाणी आलेली आहे. सरकारचा उद्देश त्या ठिकाणी काय होता? जनधन खात्याच्या माध्यमातून एक ठराविक रक्कम त्या खात्यात टाकून लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी मदत करता आली पाहिजे होती. परंतु त्या ठिकाणी काय झालं? 2 लाख, 4 लाख, 5 लाख आपण पैसे घेतले, ज्या डेव्हलपमेंटसाठी ते पैसे वापरायला पाहिजे ते आपण वापरले नाही. मग आपण ते क्वाट घे, गादी घे, घरी टीव्ही घे, फ्रीज घे, याच्यासाठी त्या ठिकाणी तो पैसा वापरला गेला. प्रॉपर मनी इज नॉट युज्ड फॉर द प्रॉपर ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह फॉर दिस पर्टिक्युलर थिंग्स वन. आणि त्यामुळं 12.94 लाखापैकी 1.87 लाख जनधन खात्यात फार काही रक्कम त्या ठिकाणी शिल्लक असलेल्या त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येत नाही. आणि याच्यामध्ये आपण त्याला जबाबदार आहोत. गव्हर्नमेंटने आपल्याला ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी दिली, गव्हर्नमेंटने खाते उघडायला परवानगी दिली, गव्हर्नमेंटने पैसा दिला, वाय वी आर नॉट युज्ड प्रॉपरली. आपण तो पैसा प्रॉपरली यूज करणं त्या ठिकाणी गरजेचं होतं. आणि हे सर्व करत असताना सुद्धा त्या ठिकाणी एक भाग आपण त्या ठिकाणी म्हणतोय स्वातंत्र्यानंतर सुद्धा की त्या ठिकाणी विप्रो कंपनीने मोठ्या प्रमाणात डेव्हलपमेंट त्या ठिकाणी केलेले आहे. ट्रान्सपोर्ट, टुरिझम, हॉटेल इंडस्ट्री लॉकडाऊनच्या पिरियडमध्ये बंद होती, त्याच्यावर मोठा परिणाम झालेला होता. कारण 5.55 करोड जॉब ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी दिल्या जात होत्या, तो आता पूर्वपदावर बऱ्यापैकी त्या ठिकाणी आलेला आहे. एव्हिएशन सेक्टर 2.4% जो जीडीपीला कॉन्ट्रिब्युशन त्या ठिकाणी होतं. त्या ठिकाणी इतर जे काही सेक्टर आहेत त्याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर ते क्षेत्र पूर्वपदावर या ठिकाणी येताना त्या ठिकाणी दिसत आहेत. आणि पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट आयटी सेक्टर मगाशी म्हणलं, हॉटस्टार, त्याच्यामध्ये निटेंडो ही जापनीज कंपनी ऑनलाईन गेमिंग मध्ये 89% वाढ त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे. म्हणजे 2.2 करोड डिव्हाइसेस दे सोल्ड इन डबल प्राइस. पेंडेमिक मध्ये सुद्धा निटेंडो जापनीज कंपनीनं त्या ठिकाणी रोल चांगला त्या ठिकाणी केलेला आहे. अमेझॉन वेल आपली ट्रेडिंग कंपनी आहे ऑनलाईन, ओल्ड डिव्हाइसेस डबल किमतीला त्यांना त्या ठिकाणी विकलेले आहेत. अॅनिमल क्रॉसिंग, न्यू हॉरिझॉन 3 दिवसामध्ये 19 लाख कॉपी केंद्र त्या ठिकाणी विकलेले आहेत. अमेरिकन मायक्रोसॉफ्ट आणि एक्सबॉक्स गेमिंग प्लॅटफॉर्म इन लीडिंग 18% कॅज्युअल गेमचं उत्पादन त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. अँग्री बर्ड्स लुडो, कॅन्डी क्रश 50% ई स्पोर्ट्स त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेले आहेत आणि ऑनलाईन सेल त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेला आहे. पब्स, मोबाईल, फोर्टनाईट, कॉल ऑफ ड्युटी, क्लॅश ऑफ कॅन्स, लुडो किंग्स, ओनो, कॅरम पूल, वर्ल्ड विथ फ्रेंड 2 याचा वापर त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आहे. काहीचा वापर होणं हे चांगलं नाही, परंतु आपण जे म्हणतोय की याच्या माध्यमातून फार मोठं नुकसान त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. पेंडामिकचं जगाला नुकसान झालेलं आहे, त्या मानानं भारताला आपल्याला कमी नुकसान त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. 17 एप्रिल 2020 ला आरबीआय गव्हर्नर मिस्टर दास अनाउन्स्ड सेकंड रिव्हर्स रेपो रेट बाय 25 बेस पॉइंट. लोक म्हणतात त्याचा उपयोग झालाच नाही. हाऊ यू कॅन से इट इज नॉट युजफुल. रिव्हर्स रेपो रेटचा आपल्याला डेफिनेटली बेनिफिट त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला डायरेक्ट जर झाला इनडायरेक्ट आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी झालंय. 17 एप्रिल 2020 मध्ये 50,000 करोड म्युच्युअल फंड लिक्विडिटी फंड अनाउन्स केला. त्याचा मोठ्या प्रमाणावर बेनिफिट या देशातील उद्योजकांना बँकेला त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आहे. 13 मे 2020 ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर फायनान्स निर्मला सीतारामन जी मॅडम अनाउन्स फुल पॅकेज 20 lakh crore rupees and she tried to concentrate on the 5 pillars. What were the 5 pillars? Economy, technology, demography, demand and infrastructure development. या 5 पिलरला सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटनं स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी महत्व दिलं. त्याच्यामध्ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान, लोकल टू ग्लोबल प्रोडक्ट बँक्स हा फार मोठा विषय आहे. सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट विथ द हेल्प ऑफ स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंट दे ट्राय टू मोटिवेट टू दी लोकल product to the local, then different schemes, Prime Minister Kisan Yojana, Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, Land, Labor and Liquidity. प्रधान मंत्री गरीब कल्याण योजनेच्या माध्यमातून धान्य वाटप आपल्या देशात मोठ्या प्रमाणावर झालं. मायग्रेट जे वर्कर झाले, पर्टिक्युलरली अनऑर्गनाइज्ड वर्कर, त्यांना मोठा त्या ठिकाणी बेनिफिट झाला. एमएसएमईच्या माध्यमातून 3 लाख करोड रुपये फंड 100% गॅरंटीवर त्या ठिकाणी दिल्या गेले. 45 lakh स्मॉल एंटरप्रिन्युअर्स बेनिफिटेड अंडर दिस पर्टिक्युलर स्कीम. आणि एवढं करून आपल्या पुढे आजही चॅलेंजेस त्या ठिकाणी काय आहेत. आफ्टर कोविड-19 एम्प्लॉयमेंट इट इज वन चॅलेंज. हे बऱ्यापैकी आपण रुळावर यायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न करतोय. एज्युकेशनल चॅलेंजेस, दॅट मायग्रंट वर्कर चॅलेंजेस, जे मायग्रंट वर्कर झालेले आहेत एका जागेवर दुसऱ्या जागेत त्या ठिकाणी गेले आहेत, त्यांना परत कशा पद्धतीने त्या ठिकाणी आणायचं हे एक चॅलेंज आपल्याकडे आहे. एमएसएमई क्लोज्ड चॅलेंजेस, एमएसएमई क्लोज झाले आहेत त्यांना पूर्वत कशा पद्धतीने चालू करणं. इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट चॅलेंज आहे, मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग चॅलेंज आहे, सर्व्हिस सेक्टर चॅलेंज आहे, हॉस्पिटॅलिटी आणि टुरिझमचे चॅलेंज त्या ठिकाणी आहे. आणि याचा आपण प्रकर्षानं प्रामुख्याने विचार करून आपण सरकारच्या अभियानामध्ये आपण तर सहभागी झालंच पाहिजे, परंतु आपली सुद्धा मानसिकता त्या पद्धतीने बदलली पाहिजे की ज्या कारणासाठी आपल्याला पैसा मिळतोय त्या कारणासाठीच पैसा आपण त्या ठिकाणी वापरला पाहिजे. त्या ठिकाणी आपण ज्या नोकरी करतोय ती आपण इमानदारीने त्या ठिकाणी केली पाहिजे. आणि लास्टली, विच इज नॉट कनेक्टेड टू आवर टॉपिक, आपल्या टॉपिकशी संबंधित नाही तरी परंतु रिसर्चर, विद्यार्थी, प्राध्यापक कॉपी पेस्ट करून शॉर्टकट करून काहीतरी पीएचडी करायचं आणि पुढे जायचं, हा प्रकार जो अलीकडे वाढलेला आहे हा आपण बंद करण्यासाठी त्या विद्यार्थ्याला, त्या प्राध्यापकाला आपण त्या ठिकाणी मोटिवेट केलं पाहिजे की अशा चुकीच्या मार्गाला आपण त्या ठिकाणी जाऊ नये. आणि म्हणून शेवटी जाता या ठिकाणी एक मराठी कविता मी आपल्या पुढे त्या ठिकाणी करतोय. आउटडेटेड झालंय आयुष्य, स्वप्नही डाउनलोड होत नाही. आउटडेटेड झालंय आयुष्य, स्वप्नही डाउनलोड होत नाही. संवेदनांना व्हायरस लागलाय, दुःख सेंड करता येत नाही. जुने पावसाळे उडून गेलेत, डिलीट झालेल्या फाईल सारखे. जुने पावसाळे उडून गेलेत, डिलीट झालेल्या फाईल सारखे. आणि घर आता शांत असतं, हँग झालंय पीसी सारखं आणि रेंज नसलेल्या मोबाईल सारखं. मातीची स्थिती वाईट, जाती माती जोडणारी कुठेच नाही वेबसाईट. 21व्या शतकातली पिढी भलतीच झाली क्विट आणि कॉन्टॅक्ट लिस्ट वाढत गेली पण संवाद झाले म्यूट. त्यानंतर कॉम्प्युटरच्या चिप सारखा माणूस मनानं खुजा झालाय आणि मदर नावाचा बोर्ड त्याच्या आयुष्यातून वजा झालाय. हार्ड डिस्क ड्राईव्ह मध्ये आता संस्कारांनाच जागा नाही आणि फाटली मन सांधणारा इंटरनेटवर धागा नाही. विज्ञानाच्या गुलामगिरीत केवढी मोठी चूक, रक्ताच्या नात्यानंही आता लागते व्हॉट्सअप आणि फेसबुक. फक्त व्हॉट्सअप आणि फेसबुक मध्ये आपण घरातले 4 मेंबर 4 दिशेला बसून व्हॉट्सअपचा मेसेज पाठवणं, फोटो बघणं आणि चुकीचा मेसेज पाठवून आपल्यावर काहीतरी उडवून घेणं, अशा प्रकारच्या ज्या किमया अलीकडे होत आहेत त्याला स्टॉप करणं तुमची आणि माझी, आपल्या सर्वांची जबाबदारी आहे. म्हणजे स्वातंत्र्यानंतर भारत देशाला ज्या काही गोष्टी त्या ठिकाणी मिळाल्या तर ह्या गोष्टी आपल्यासाठी महत्त्वाच्या आहेत. याचा आपण विचार करून पुढे जाण्याचा प्रयत्न करावा एवढंच या ठिकाणी बोलतो. माझे 15 आणि 20 माझे मिनिटं बरेच झालेत आणि या ठिकाणी मी थांबतो. धन्यवाद सर. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच सर. सर
Malegaonkar sir, unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for inaugurating conference. Thanks for inaugurating the conference. I have no words to thanks Dr. Sarwade sir, because each and every component, every sector of the economy, sir has covered in his inauguratory speech of Indian economy. First of all, sir started the effect of pandemic on the economy, the role of MSME in the pandemic. Sir also expressed the sector-wise position of the Indian economy. Sir also focused on the role played by the government to boost the economy. But mainly, sir, focused on the employment problem, which is a very current problem of our country. The employment generated by the various sectors of economy. Sir also presented the statistical data. Also, the large-scale industries, its exports data, statistical data are also presented. Agricultural sector, investment sector like FDI and other foreign direct investments are also presented the data of the Tata company, company's investment in America and other countries' investment in India. The communication sectors are also not skipped. Banking, digital banking, credit card, debit card. And one was shocking to me that even the WhatsApp, which is the blood banks of the younger generation, sir also not skipped that. Also, sir presented the data of the WhatsApp. Sir also focused on the research ethics, the world economy to the Aurangabad's auric city. Sir covers in between that each and everything from local to global. GDP and each and everything. At last, sir reveals his poetic heart's feelings. I thanks Dr. Sarwade sir from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. The next of this, it is time to listen the keynote speech of this conference. It will be the privilege to me to invite Dr. Komaraiah Bala sir. I request Dr. Komaraiah Bala sir that please take charge of this virtual stage of the National E-Conference. Sir, please throw some light on the journey of the Indian economy, Indian agricultural sector after independence, and guide us on the same. I request Dr. Komaraiah sir, please start the keynote speech.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Nitin ji. Good morning to all of you, those who are connected on this Zoom and Facebook platform, YouTube platform. First of all, I feel very honored to be part of your National E-Conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence. First of all, I thank inaugurator and organizers, chief guest, chairperson, starting from Valmiki Sarwade, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. B.A.M.U, Ambedkar, Marathwada, University of Aurangabad, Dr. Sunil, Narwade, Head Economics, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, University, Aurangabad, and the chairperson, Honorary Dr. Sarja Rao Tomre, member Governing Council, Pandit Deendayal Upadhyaya Education Society, Aurangabad, and introductory speech, yes, Takle, Principal, Sri Sant Satva Mali Gramin Mahavidyalaya, Aurangabad, and conveners, Dr. Professor B.A.M.U. Kalyankar, Vice Principal, and his team members, Dr. M.B. Thorat and M.P. Malagankar, and all respected members who are connected with this online e-conference on the important topic on agriculture sector. It is a journey of Indian agriculture sector, which I am going to emphasize on this. But overall, the 2 days conference, many issues may be covered, but I am just restricting my thoughts or ideas are related to this Indian agriculture since independence or since planning process or even before also, but in our developmental initiatives initiated by our freedom fighters and experts in various fields, and how our vision for development, particularly focusing with the indigenous resources, how we can utilize the resources and how different sectors may be developed at very faster rate as per our requirements of the needs during the different time periods. And because of the various situations we encountered or experienced in the process of getting independence. Even before also 1947, there were many industrialists, many freedom fighters, very independent policy sensitive mindsets. Most of the people, they were thought seriously how India is supposed to be developed. And we try to adapt or study various economist progress, those who already achieved the revolutions, particularly industrial revolution in different countries, and how the models or what kind of models may be suited to this newly independent country. So based on that thinking and the inspirations at a global level, so people are freedom fighters of independent India, the first Prime Minister Pandit Nehru and other his cabinet colleagues and other ministers and those who involved seriously in the developmental thinking. So they seriously thought that first 5-year plan after getting independence from 1951 to 56, this was the first 5-year plan by implemented. So this plan completely or exclusively devoted for the development of agriculture, because after getting independence, our economy is of course exploited economy. Our exports were only raw materials, our imports were only finished goods at higher prices. So because of this trade disadvantage, our resources and our economic reserves were also drained out to the UK. So because of this, our immediate focus was to develop agriculture sector to feed the growing population. So because of this sector got a lot of importance during the time of independence and the 1947 to 50. So soon after getting independence, we tried to develop various sectors, industrial sector, agricultural sector, service sector. Broadly, we cover these, analyze these 3 sectors only, and its allied or subsectors. So in GDP calculations also broadly we calculate these 3 sectors and its allied sectors and its contribution. So majorly we cover this for measurement and for calculations and comparisons. Normally, soon after getting independence, or 1948, when we adopted this mixed economic system, and lot of initiatives or structural reforms were also took a lot of priority, so that agricultural system, when pre-British system, they adopted different types of tax collection, revenue collection systems, just like Jamivare, Mahalware, Raitware, and different types of systems they adopted in the agriculture revenue. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Continue. Please continue.
Okay. So this is the only 1 or 2 minutes I will take just this introduction to journey.
So sir, request is that please increase your voice.
Okay.
Request. Yes.
It is 100%, but
Fine, sir. Please continue. Please, we can hear.
okay. So this is the background. This is the background of what you call after getting independence 1947 and 51. In between, there were a lot of exercises took place, and a lot of committees were also established. Even before, also Royal Commission on Agriculture was also constituted by British government in 1926, and 28 report was submitted. In this also very detailed descriptions were also incorporated in the report, and some of the recommendations were also we appreciated during those days also. Try to follow those whatever recommendations are there. But after getting independent, we focused in the first 5-year plan. This agriculture sector gave a lot of priority, or top priority. 37% of total budget allocations were earmarked for development of the agriculture sector. And our target during first 5-year plan, it is 2.1% target, but we achieved 3.6%. It is a remarkable achievement because the first 5-year plan, experimental plan, but even the second 5-year plan also after 1956, 56 to 61. So this industrial and long gestation period industrial development was exclusively focused during this period. And because of this industrial development, because there was a food shortage, and we were compelled to import under public law from US. And third 5-year plan we are able to implement, but because of the external problems, war with Pakistan and China, unable to achieve our goals, and all funds allocated to the development were diverted to the defense states. And because of this third 5-year plan, greater importance for growing the food grains and development of the agriculture sector was further emphasized. So because of this crisis time and shortage of the food grains, of course, main tag of the 5-year plan was import substitution or self-reliance. These are all there, but agriculture development, per capita income, these are all there in the plan, in every plan. But problem during third, after failing of the achievements of the third 5-year plan, agricultural production and its importance emphasized a lot because of the agriculture scientists, foreign scientists, and Indian scientists. They try to incorporate this new initiatives, new methods in agricultural cultivation. They try to bring revolutionary initiatives so that Green Revolution foundations they initiated, and they try to improve agriculture production, particularly in wheat production. We succeeded to some extent, and rice production or paddy production to some extent comparatively lower. And this is the only staple food grains production was focused to meet our food grain supplies are meeting of our requirements, particularly food grains. So this 1966 to 69, this annual plans were implemented, 64 to 78, and 78 to 80 Janata government plan, 81 to 80 to 85 another plan, and 85 to 90. Again 90 there was a crisis time, and this and 91 new economic policies were introduced afterwards. 96, 97, and this 5-year plans were seriously continuing, and a lot of efforts, and the international observers were also giving feedback from the World Bank by the evaluation studies by the international agencies like World Bank, IMF, and other agencies were giving feedback from time to time. So this is the just brief journey of the Indian economy, how this economy is taking place. Then we come to the particular agriculture sector. So agriculture sector, even Royal Commission was also identified or described Indian farmer earns in debt, lives in debt, and dies in debt. It means there is no beneficial and profitable activity, economic activity in agriculture. So because of these structural or chronic problems, governments and even individuals are also trying to solve them continuously, but maximum we were unable to achieve or give proper solutions to the all needy or people in the agriculture sector, those who are dependent directly or indirectly. So when we look at the situation or land size holding and classification, I'm just sharing by PPT slides. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Are you able to see this slide?
Yes, sir. First slide we can able to see.
Yes. So agricultural land holdings and its sizes. Just I'm coming from beginning, just for the not for the these slides, which I prepared for the benefit of the researchers and the students and some extent revision of the faculty members and other researchers also. And all this information is compiled information from the various sources like economic surveys, RBI, different reports or different publications, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and the Niti Aayog documents, and various specialized reports. I compiled the information and try to present or share some of the views. I sincerely across those resources. And this is the structure of the agricultural category groups like marginal, small, medium, semi-medium, and large farmers. So they category because of there are some classification of the changes, livelihood changes are taking place as per the sizes also. So small farmers or marginal farmers, how their income levels are. So this kind of analysis are also captured by different reports, so that this classification is giving that how there is a different strata of the agriculture. When we come to the simple methods of the agricultural farming systems, so simple shifting cultivation, substance farming, intensive agriculture, extensive agriculture, commercial agriculture, plantation agriculture, dryland farming, wetland farming, and aquaponics. So this aquaponics is also one of the latest kind of practice. Mostly people will under the controlled environment and the quality shades. So this agricultural practice is doing that. So this is just like reminding you that these are all different practices are taking place. When we come to the occupational structure of working population since 1950-51 to 2011, as per the data available. So the agriculture sector and its allied sectors are forestry, fishing, how dependency of the population on the different occupations, either directly or indirectly. This is in the beginning 71.1% to nowadays is dependency 48% only. It means less than 50% of the population depending on the agriculture sector directly or indirectly. And when we look at this sectoral changes, this slide is giving or aimed at to understand or grasp the information on the how sectoral changes took place over a period of time since 1950-51 to 2011 and 12. So this is the available information. and the rest of even the 11 also further slides will also capture the information related to this. And in industry also, this mining, manufacturing, construction, service also it broadly heads like trade and commerce, transport, storage and communication. If you see the broader headings of the industry, this is 10%, 10.7% dependency was there in the 1950-51, and it is increasing gradually. And the service sector also increased drastically. Nowadays, service sector is also contributing a lot of share in the GDP. So this will be some of the changes are observed in the occupational structure of the working population in India. Because working population is only population segment which will contribute to GDP, and their efforts are also highly recognized. So within the workers, so agriculture workers and their share, how it is there in the total share. So this is also give one picture that this slide is particularly agriculture statistics slide, and in this 1951 to 2011, this is also total workers, cultivators, and this if you see the total and their percentage of the workers. So these workers are also continuously increasing in this total agricultural workers. It means when size of the population is increasing, automatically depends on agriculture sector is also increasing, but this total number is also showing greater. When we look at the movement of Indian economy, trends of the GDP or gross value added across the sectors, different sectors. This average GDP 2004-5 prices in terms of billions. So since 1961 to 68-69,
खाली फर्स्ट स्लाइड दिख रहा है, सेकंड स्लाइड नहीं दिखाया है.
सेकंड नहीं दिख रहा है.
हाँ हाँ अभी यस यस अभी ये टेबल आया, टेबल नंबर 2 नाउ. अभी आ गया. हाँ टेबल नंबर 2 आ गया. ओके
ओके, इट्स नॉट स्क्रोलिंग इट. Is it visible or shall I?
Table number 2. Go on the presentation of the slide. Presentation view of the slide. I also see on the Zoom also. Many times you see only full slide on your screen, but at the same time you cannot see the full size of it. So also see in the Zoom also. Is it seen?
Is it okay, sir?
Table number 2. Now we are see the table number 2.
Yes.
Okay.
So this I'm trying to explain. So 60-61 to 2004-5 and 15-16. So during this period also, we will observe clearly the trends, how the figures or how the performance of the Indian economy is changing over a period of time. So agriculture contribution is also gradually declining in the total GDP from 60-61, this 35.662. It is around 18.6, but it is the figure is mentioned that it is up to 15-16 only in the first phase or first quarter only. So that's why these figures were noted related star mark. Has it changed? Hello.
Only table number 2. You can see the table number 2.
Okay. I'm just.
Yes. Okay. Indian economy.
Okay. Indian economy snapshot.
Yes.
This slide is giving around 7 points. GDP growth from starting 1922 to 22-23. This is latest one. This is from Indian Economic Survey, and fiscal deficit, inflation, foreign exchange reserves, and agriculture and forestry and fishing, industrial growth and services growth. So in this it was 1999 COVID period and present one only. If you see the reverse figures, it's minus 7.3. 2023 GDP growth was declined, negative growth rate. And likewise here 2021 this fiscal deficit was also increased by 9.2%. And when we look at this 2021, this inflation was also continuously increasing, still increasing this inflation because of the diesel prices and the petrol prices. And foreign exchange reserves are also increasing continuously despite our exports and imports even managing well, and our reserves are also higher than 2021, 22 also. And agriculture, forestry, and fishing, this growth rate even during this lockdown period are 1920, so 3.9%, around touching 4% growth rate was recorded. Because most of the sectors recorded negative growth rates are some of the sectors in optimal 0, 0.12 like that. They recorded the growth rate, but agriculture sector is the only sector which observed a lot of migrant laborers and gave employment, and it contributed and a lot for GDP and economic growth also. And industrial sector, this minus 10 was recorded in 2021, and service sector was also minus 8.4%. So these are all some of the trends in Indian economy since 1919 to 20 till date. It was last year. And if you see the trends in agriculture production, how agriculture sector is giving production, particularly major crops like rice, wheat, of course, cereals, pulses, and total food grains, oil seeds. So this 1950-51 total food grains 50.8 million tons production was recorded, and now it is 2017-18 to 84.83 million tons. But this current Kharif and Rabi season, it is touching around 300 million tons expected. So these oil seeds trend also you can observe increasing little bit, and cotton also progress is also remarkable. When we look at the yield of major crops in kilograms per hectare, एक हेक्टेयर में कितना किलोग्राम का yielding production आ रहा है. So in this also major crops, if you look at this 668 per hectare yielding was recorded in 1950-51, and it was increased to 578, means 2578 kilogram per hectare yielding was increased because of the continuous efforts and the intensive and extensive initiatives by the agricultural scientists and farmers, collective even NGOs and other people involvement. So all this made possible to achieve this much growth rate in the yielding per hectare. So likewise, wheat also increased. It means when you choose take this in terms of numbers, say this is the around 3 times, 4 times increase, 5 times increase, like that you can say. But this is giving the picture that our efforts are on, and we are able to provide or give lot of institutional and personal efforts to achieve our agricultural targets as well as our requirements. Even surplus production is also taking place, and we are able to export major crops, and we have world rankings also, first, second, third, like that, in different crops. So this is possible only by the various efforts from various corners. So all India compound average growth rate in production and yield of particularly major crops. This is the pre-reform period and post-reform period. If you look at the phases during the pre-reform period also, phase 1, 1949-52 to 64-65. So this is the end of third five plan. So average growth rate in production was recorded 3.2%, and the growth rate in yield per hectare also 1.2%. And likewise 67, 68 to 80, 81. This is the second phase during pre-reform period, 2.2, which is declined little bit, and this is increased per hectare yield increased from 1.2, marginally 0.1. And phase 3 also 80, 81 to 89, 90, 3.2. It is increased, particularly in growth rate in production, and this is also increased. So during the post reform period, phase 1, 1991, 91, and 99 to 2000, this 10 years decade, 2.3, it is declined to some extent, and this is also declined to some extent. And the second phase also, it is increased to some extent again phase 3 pre-reform period, and this is also again same figure values 1.3. So likewise, this is giving that our average growth rates also continuously are marginally increasing in agricultural production and per hectare yield in the agriculture sector. And if you look at the studies which were conducted by various economists and even ministry also, experimental farms, agriculture scientists, they conducted experiments in the agricultural fields, and really how much farmers are producing per yield, rice production and wheat production. When we look at this output per hectare of rice and output per hectare of wheat. So in this Karnataka state yielding as per the official figures, and this is the experimental farm figure, because this is the experimental yield is always higher than the state yield. So there are some exceptions. It means some of the states where if you see this gap, yield gap, it means there is a lot of potential to increase this yielding per hectare by initiatives by the cultivators or farmers with the help of the lot of stakeholders and applying the different inputs, where experimental field is giving higher yielding, so that there is a lot of potential. These gaps are supposed to be reduced. So if you look at this gap, West Bengal is maintaining a little good. It means state yield and experimental yield gap is very less. So likewise, if you look at all these, here also even in Gujarat also very less. This West Bengal is also in case of wheat production also, this state is performing well. There is a less gap between the experimental yield as well as the state yield. So this will give us that there is a further potential in our agriculture sector to increase the yield per hectare. If you look at the growth of average agriculture and its allied sectors, so in 1819, this growth rate was declined from 6.8% to 2.6, again trying to increase this 3.9%, because of these years are COVID years. So that of course, this is also first advanced estimates of national income, but first, second, third, fourth, these estimates will change the figures also. And if you look at the gross value added in agriculture and allied sectors, so different colors were given, but this is the years. Each color is indicating the year, particularly crops, livestock, and forestry, and logging and fishing. So this extreme height is given. So in which year this fishing production is much higher, or its value in agriculture sector is increasing as per the 2011 and 12 prices. So this is also, and it was livestock 2016-17 livestock production was much higher, and this crops negative took place even in the 18-19. So likewise, and the percentage share of gross value added in agriculture and allied sectors at current prices. So in this current price also, if you see 12-13 year to 2011-12, if you look at all these first estimate of national income figures on there, this percentage share of gross value at current prices. This current price is continuously increasing. It requires further data to add and calculate further. So because of these trends, we will understand that fluctuations are taking place continuously and every year. If you look at the total percentage share of gross value added for crop and allied sectors in total agriculture, it means 11-12 to total crops, how much crops and its percentage is giving current prices, and forestry and logging and fishing and agriculture. So these crops only representing more. It means total share in gross value added figures at current prices. Crops contribution is much higher than the livelihood livestock contribution. It means mostly farmers are depending on the growing of the crops, food crops and commercial crops, and the rest of the allied sectors are also contributing. This red one is the livestock contribution, and even percentage share of gross capital formation in agriculture and allied sectors, because gross capital formation is important component which will indicate the how much investment will take place in agriculture. So in this also the public sector, this curve is representing public sector, and this curve is representing private sector, and this is representing total. In the gross capital formation trend, if you look at, up and down is taking place, but when you see this 2013 to 14, this is continuously declining. 15.9, it means agriculture investment overall, public sector and private sector is declining. Of course, this private sector, agriculture sector is completely dominated by the private sector. It is little increasing, but public sector is 29 to 2.9 to 2.7. This is continuously declining. So this problem is there in the economy. Next, trend in agriculture production in million tons. How the major crops like rice, wheat, and the nutritional coarse cereals. And in this also total pulses and total 9 oil seeds and cotton. So these bars are giving different colors. Bars are giving. The first one is rice, the second one is wheat, third one is nutritional seeds. If you see the height of the bars, it means these are all giving marginal increment in the different production at different time frames. So this is also trend curve is emerged. And oil seeds production, if you look at the overall oil, 9 types of oil seeds in 2015-16, it was very lowest, and it is increased 36.1. And production and import of oils. So oil production is this much, 7.2 to 7.9, but the import of the oils are also increased up to 15.3 in 16-17 and 13.4 in 2029. Because of the even Myanmar and other countries are also they are trying to export to oil to India nowadays. It is expecting that the oil prices may edible oil prices may come down. Next, we are coming to production of consumption levels of the sugar. You see the production of the sugar and the consumption of the sugar. So this always production is maintaining higher because we are maintaining surplus sugar. But here in the year 2016-17, production is less than the consumption. So here there was a crisis period, and we tried to import this. This is the cost of cultivation minimum support price and returns to Kharif crops for the year 2021-22. So in this first bar and the second bar, it is giving how much cost of cultivation and minimum support price, brown color, and the percentage of the how much percentage increase or decrease this trend is also shown. It means how much as per the government statistics people are getting benefit out of the their cost return is much higher as per the minimum support price is enhanced. But this cost component by the government calculation will be differ, and Swaminathan Commission recommendation will be differ. This is only government. And likewise for the rabi crops. So if you see the wheat 100% gain is mentioned by the government as per the economic survey, Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, and minimum support price return of over cost. This trend curve is how much percentage of the benefit is gained by the producing of the different crops of wheat, barley, grams, mustard oil, or mustard, rapeseed, and sunflower. Next, we will come to the situation analysis survey data from 2014 to 2020-21. If you see the net receipt from the cultivation, 48% income is received from the cultivation. It is reduced in 2020-21. It is only 37%, 47 to 37%. It means cultivation income is gradually declining, and wage income is continuously increasing. Income from the salaries or wages is increasing. It is 32%, here it is 40%. It was 8% is increase in wages. It means people are opting for the wages than the cultivation. When we look at the source of average monthly income class wise, here it is class wise, just like the marginal farmers, small farmers, and medium farmers, big farmers. So how much hectares of the land holding and how much income is earned. So this is income from wages. This blue line is income from wages, and this red line is the net receipt from the production. So agricultural production income. It means whenever lower land holding farmers are there or wage earners are there, their main source of income is only wages. Only when the land holding size is increasing, their wage income is lesser and the production income is much higher. So this is indicating that small land holding is not economical holding, and it is uneconomic holding, and only this 2 and up to 4 hectares and 4 to 10 hectares. This range farmers are gaining some extent through the study for the government statistics. It is indicating. And distribution of households by size category of ownership. It means how much land is owned by different segments of the population. So this 80, 85, 86. So these are all percentage of the population holding small and medium sized. It means less than 2 hectares of land. And this medium 2 to 10 hectares of land holding size farmers are this much, and this 1 to 2 is only less than 10 hectares. So this is giving ownership of the land holding and how it is changing over a period of time. It means this is the increasing continuous 95. It means lesser fragmentation of land holding is taking place. When we look at the area covered under Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Paddhati, organic farming in hectares, how much organic transformation of the cultivation practice from chemical practice, installation of the chemical fertilizers to organic fertilizer or organic farming. So mostly this Andhra Pradesh is their area under agriculture is using organic farming practice, followed by Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Kerala, and very less in Tamil Nadu. Still, organic farming they are not following. And per capita availability of milk, meat, and eggs. This is continuously increasing. This is the milk 319 liters to 427 liters, 1000 liters. And this milk and is continuously increasing 62 to 91 and 5.32 to 6.32. So this trend is also where our performance is constantly improving. And milk production in India in million tons is continuously increasing in terms of the production in milk production. And this is also and this is the groundwater availability, how groundwater is available. This is the above 100%. It is mostly used by the Rajasthan state groundwater. And the sale of tractors and power tillers. So this trend curve is also giving that agriculture farmers mechanization is also taking place gradually, and people are adapting new mechanized farming and agricultural practice. The traditional farming practice are gradually changing looking at this. And when we look at the status of projects sanctioned and completed or operational under the Prime Minister Kisan Sampada Yojana. In this, different projects were sanctioned for the development of the agriculture sector, but their achievement was very poor, underperformance. Still, government needs to do a lot to complete these projects so that benefits to the agriculture sector will be gained by the farmers. When we see the sales, marketing is most important. Mostly people are farmers after producing their produce. They sell in the markets. So in this open market sales scheme, domestic sales during the last 5 years, you see this open market sales are also continuously increasing in terms of wheat sales and rice sales. So wheat completely open marketing sales are dominating. When we look at the food subsidies also, so this subsidies from 2009-10 to 2021-22 up to here. If you see the subsidy component is fluctuating. From here it is declined and starting these fluctuations, and here during this COVID time, during the lockdown phases, so this was increased from lot of percentage. It was 398.7%. When we look at the fertilizer subsidy, it's also continuously increasing. Again, it is declining, but it needs to be added data for that, so that the clear picture will be captured. And when we look at the fertilizer subsidy, 2016 to up to 2021, this urea, DAP, and complex fertilizer. Urea, DAP, and complex. It means continuously urea consumption or production is taking place, and this DAP complex fertilizer consumption is also taking place because supply is also increasing from 43 to 37. This is declining, and complex fertilizer is increasing 79 to 98. And the imports of fertilizer is also increasing because this urea, DAP, and other fertilizer, it is continuously increasing also. And when we come to the pattern and distribution of agriculture trade, if you see the trade of the agriculture sector, trade balance always recorded lower because our exports and values and our import values, even from agriculture sector also, overall trade, it is declining. And patterns of disparities in agricultural income, because the government is trying to provide or trying to help the farmers to make their incomes down by 2022. But some of the studies, in 2015 study, and his team studies also showing that there is a lot of gap between the farm income and wage income. So this gap is always maintaining because of this. There are many theories, this migration theories are technical from agriculture to non-farmer, rural areas to urban areas. Because of this income differentials, this will take place. So based on all, by keeping all this situation, government of India is also trying to improve the situation in agriculture sector from time to time. And as a part of this initiative, National Commission on Agriculture and Farmers was also established in 2016 October. And because of this, agriculture cost and prices competitions were made. Even earlier also, these initiatives took as farmers should not incur loss in their activities, particularly in the production of crops or market prices, support prices. So for calculation of all this, government gave that A2 plus FL, farm labor, and then C2. These three types of costs were identified by the government. A2 cost normally it is covering paid up expenses, both cash in and in kind, incurred by farmers on seeds, fertilizer, chemicals, hired labor, fuel, irrigation. So this expense is supposed to be covered in selling of their produce. It is a part. It's supposed to be part of minimum support price. And A2FL is covering paid up costs plus imputed value of unpaid family labor. family members work, family labor, whatever they are involving in the agricultural operations supposed to be computed, and it may be covered by the MSP. And C2, it is also just like own land rents and fixed capital assets. So this will also be calculated by the commission, and based on this, different prices were also announced, just like paddy, jowar, maize, ragi, arhar. So this list A2 prices, costs, A2 FL costs, and C2 costs. So minimum support price plus bonus. So as per the commission, this supposed to be doubled, or the 50% profit may be given, but it is less than this. So minimum support price and bonus by announced by the government always lesser compared to the all the major crops, except some instances of wheat or oil seeds to be seen occasionally or some extent. So these gaps were identified in this. And here also, if you see the C2, here it is MSP expected that A2, FL, and XL 1.5 return supposed to be expected. So based on the calculation, this value is coming, but government is declared minimum support price in 1819 also. So this much gap is also, this much loss is incurred by the or bear by the farmers. So they're supposed to get this much amount added to this. So in MSP point of view also, farmers are not getting their fair prices. Always they always think that our cost of production is continuously increasing, and the government market price is not meeting our minimum requirements. So this issue is long pending issue, and it is continuously growing. So minimum price support price trend curve since 1984-85. So this is increasing, but it is not adequately increasing. And this is also for low, poor, and poor. So this curve is also showing to here no changes, equal prices towards some extent increased. So as per the RBI data, it is 1981-82 to 2014-15. Then this data is also gradually increasing, but this increment is not remarkable as per the requirements are cost meeting to the agriculture. So because of this, it are non-reasonable to prices and not income as per the expected or as per the reasonable farm incomes. So farmers always, they are on tremendous stress of debt, and they are in distress because of this. Even 1991 onwards, due to new initiatives of new reforms introduced in India. So to some extent, these reforms are also contributed for this distress, and poverty is also increasing, and inequalities are also increasing. These are all leading to the farmer suicides. So these farmer suicides, as per the government data, are National Crime Records Bureau, Ministry of Home Affairs are also given. So some of the suicides in different states are also taking place. And if you see this farmer suicides data for 15-16, later on data was not much published, but when Punjab, Haryana, Karnataka, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra. So some of the major agriculturally dominant and producing states, this farm suicides are completely here and there. These news or this information is, these conditions are prevailing, but they are able to manage and cope up the situations, but to some extent it is not in their control. So these suicides are also due to bankruptcy. So Andhra Pradesh, this is the highest blue line. Bihar, this is the lowest one, and Maharashtra is also this line. Then 2007 is higher suicides. So like this, UP is very less. This all India shares of suicides how much it's different housewife, private sector people, and the business people, and the farmers, students. So combined together, suicides are there. But here also, this dotted line is farmer suicides as per the government statistics. From 2002 to 2013. And because of this, government is trying to improve the situation by lot of efforts or schemes introduced. So in this, many schemes were rolled out. So soil health card scheme, neem coated media, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Vikas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana, National Agriculture Market Unam, and Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, interest subversion scheme, doubling of farmers' income through MSP. So these schemes are all expected to yield benefits to all the farmers who are involved directly in the agriculture sector. And this national agriculture market is also trying to create infrastructure for marketing and putting a lot of efforts to spread these markets. And there are many market network in major 16 states and union territories. And it is also different schemes linked to the infrastructure development is also continuous efforts are also on for this scheme is also aiming at the helping for the irrigation infrastructure for more crop. So this kind of slogan is through this campaign, government is trying to provide infrastructure of water resources. And a dedicated e-Krishi Samvad and the Krishi B.A.M.U and the farmers, producers, organizations and their strengthening initiatives. So these are all taking place. And the price of stabilization fund was also created. The budget allocations and the BP Ayog is also having the lens on it, how these things are implementing and going on. And if you see the performance of the different schemes, the direct benefit scheme in agriculture, plant quarantine clearance, online pesticide registration, horticulture, cold storage capacity, or ag market, and Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, soil health card, Jivika KP, Kisan, Kisan call centers. So these are all performance in terms of figures. You see the total schemes were announced and the budget allocated also for this purpose, and the beneficiaries were also so far. This is older data, but it is giving that there is some extent progress is there. Some initiatives are on, but to achieve full goals, it needs a lot of time, and this is major and ambitious objective of the doubling of the farmers' income by 2022. It is because of the various man-made or even government initiatives and this natural, this COVID hurdles. So all are responsible for unable to achieve this goal of doubling of the farmer income through MSP. MSP is government control, but it requires a lot of what we call variables or lot of issues may be involved because of the financial issues, because of the other connecting and influential issues. These problems, this doubling of the farmer income is still a distant dream by the farmers or even by the government also. And what to do if this situation is and it is India expected to achieve ambitious goal of doubling of the farmer income by 2022, but it is 2022 is going on, but no farmer and no farmers agencies and even government is also not finding that their income was doubled. So because of various national and international reasons, and the government of India is targeting to increase this income level by 2023 and 20 from the 2015-16 level. And these are all total quality management initiative is required. Hazard analysis and the critical control points supposed to be controlled efficiently. The manufacturing practices are also adapted, and good hygiene and practices for exporting of agricultural products are also important. So if you see some of the images, so this agriculture, traditional agriculture is starting. So this plugging, transplanting, so all these are all some of the harvesting, transportation, so marketing, so farmers' condition and their agitations. And we look at the future of agriculture, future agriculture, high-tech agriculture. So Indian farmers are, majority of them are not ready to even adapt to this new technology. There are some images, farm images. This is artificial intelligence. So this is also used in agriculture sector. A lot of new mechanization is taking place. Scientists are working harder to improve the situation, to reduce the distress in farm distress or agricultural sector. Supposed to be vibrant sector is supposed to be good sector for all people to trade and export to other countries also. So because of this, still this sector is largely employment provider and exporter and livelihood provider, so that all people is depending on the land. So these words, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and thank you all the organizers and other dignitaries who are connected with this new conference. Thank you, Varunda. Hello.
Yes, I will admit. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Komaraiah, sir. Thanks for giving an keynote speech for our conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence. Dr. Komaraiah, sir, I thanks you for your neatly presented the fundamental and ground data of agricultural sector, which is clearly classified state-wise, crop-wise, product-wise, and presented in this conference in a presentation. Sir not only covers the farm and farming, but also the financial, social condition of the farmers. Sir also express the role of government for the agricultural sector, farmers and farms. Sir also displayed various schemes for the farmers and the outcomes from that particular schemes, benefits for the farmers. Sir covered each and everything about the agricultural sector. I thanks to Komaraiah, sir, once again here for giving a very informative keynote speech. Thank you, sir. After the informative keynote speech, now it's time to go ahead now. We have chief guest for our conference, Dr. Sunil Narwade, sir, the head of the economics departments, Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. I would like to Dr. Sunil Narwade, sir, to I call them on this virtual stage and guide us upon the journey of the Indian economy after independence and greet us with the best wishes. I request Dr. Narwade, sir, please start your session.
Thank you, sir. आवाज क्लियर आहे का? Nitin sir.
Oh. Clear, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Chairperson of this technical session, former principal of the Sant Sautamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya, Principal Dr. Sarjarauji Thombre sir, Inaugurator of the conference, Senior Professor Dr. W.K. Sarwade sir, who is also Dean of Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. Keynote addressee of this technical session, Professor Komaraiah Bala sir, our friend, Principal of the college, Dr. S.R. Takle sir, Vice Principal, Professor P.M. Kalyankar sir, Dr. Mrs. Nalgikar madam, Dr. Nitin Malegaonkar, and Dr. M.B. Thorat sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire college team, the principal and the vice principal and the organizing committee members for organizing this conference entitled Journey of Indian Economy After Independence on the occasion of 75 years of independence of India and also 25 years of establishment of Sant Sautamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya, Pulambri. I congratulate you all. Friends, the title of this technical session is The Journey of Indian Agriculture After Independence. Professor Komaraiah has in detailed, he has given analysis of India's agricultural development since independence. Not only since independence, he has also talked about the colonial agricultural prices policies also. And at the same time, he also discussed the issue of public investment in agriculture, the issue of production in agriculture, then the issue of minimum support price, doubling farmers' income. So most of the important issues of development of Indian agriculture, they have been covered by Professor Komaraiah. I take this opportunity to congratulate him for his enlightened talk on the development of Indian agriculture. Friends, today I would like to share with participants, with the audience, some of the important problems of Indian agriculture, some of important concerns of agricultural development in India. Friends, as you know, the National Sample Survey Organization data, it shows that nearly 40% of farmers, Indian farmers, they don't want to cultivate or they don't want to continue with farming. If they get an opportunity to leave the farming, so most of the farmers, around 40% of the farmers, they are willing to leave this farming. Now, why this is happening in Indian agriculture? What are the problems in Indian agriculture? We must study all those issues. We all know that when we study the crisis in Indian agriculture, we know that there are many problems of Indian agriculture. Like indebtedness is a big problem in Indian agriculture. Then breakup of joint family, then increased cost of production, then sudden price and output crash is also a big problem in Indian agriculture, which has led to farmer suicides. And lack of government support, or what we say, the help to farmers is also a big problem. It means there is no security net to Indian farmers. And Professor Komaraiah has also talked about this issue. So as we know, there are two important problems of Indian agriculture. There are many problems, but I will focus only on two very important problems of Indian agriculture. The first one is low productivity in Indian agriculture, and the second one is the land fragmentation, the small and marginal farming in India. So low productivity and land fragmentation. So these are the two major issues in Indian agriculture. As we know that during last 75 years of independence, the production in Indian agriculture has tremendously increased. That we all know. During 1950, the production in Indian agriculture, it was 60 million tons, and now it has gone to more than 280 million tons per year. So this is a big achievement as far as Indian agriculture is concerned. But at the same time, we have to understand that this production comes from a base of around 195 million hectares of gross crop area, or we can say the net crop area is around 140 million hectares. Now, in this regard, one thing which we need to understand, which we need to keep in mind, is that this gross crop area or the net crop area, it has almost remained same since last 75 years. So this is a challenge before Indian agriculture. And nearly half of the cultivable land in India, it depends upon monsoon. It depends upon monsoon, even if all the irrigation sources are fully developed. So we can't increase our irrigation beyond a certain point. Now, given these conditions, if we want to increase our production further, then it depends upon the productivity. We have to increase our productivity in Indian agriculture. But in case of productivity, what is the issue? Now, we have achieved food security after Green Revolution, that I do agree. But in case of productivity, still India lags behind. Now, in case of wheat, we are 10th, our productivity is 10th in the world. In case of groundnut and cotton, it is around 14th. In case of rice, our productivity is 17th. And in case of pulses, it is 98th. So, as far as this productivity is concerned, it is in many crops, in case of many crops, it is lower than our neighbors like China, Pakistan, or Bangladesh. Now, to increase productivity, it can be improved through public and private investment in agriculture. We have to use better farm equipments, and also timely availability of better seeds, fertilizers, and other agricultural inputs. They are important. Without that, it is not possible to increase our agricultural productivity. Second important issue which we need to address at this point is about the issue of land fragmentation in India, the issue of small holdings. As we know that the number of small and marginal farmers in India is almost 88%. It is almost 88%. So this is another major issue in Indian agriculture. The small holdings or the land fragmentation is a big issue in India. Friends, if you go through the data, then you will find that in 1971, our 141 million hectare land, it was operated by 70 million farmers. And if you see the data of last decade, you will find that the cultivable land, it has remained same. But now the same land, 141 million hectares, it is now cultivated by 140 million farmers. So earlier, 70 million farmers, they were cultivating the same amount of land, but now the farmers number, it has doubled. Now 140 million farmers, they are cultivating the same land. So as a result, what has happened? Because of this, the average operating area, the average cultivable land in India has drastically declined. Now it is around 0.38 hectares in case of marginal farmers, 0.38 hectares, and 1.38 hectares in case of small farmers. Okay, so with this small plot size, it is difficult to increase agricultural production and productivity beyond a point. With these small size of land, it is not possible to use modern technology. We can't use modern technology. We can't have farm mechanization. Okay, we can't use farm equipments. Also, we can't have modern inputs, or we can't use agricultural credit and extension to increase agricultural productivity. So this small plot size, it has resulted in higher cost cultivation and lower incomes. These two are the serious disincentives for farmers to continue farming in India. Now this is very important. Our cost of cultivation has gone up, and on the other hand, the income from farming, the income from cultivation, it is very low. So these issues we need to address. So for that we have to look for other forms of farming. So as we know, today in India, agriculture or farming is a private business. Okay, it is a private business. But because of that, the land fragmentation is continuously increasing. Okay, land fragmentation is continuously increasing, and that is a big obstacle in agricultural development in India. So what we can do, we should try for other forms of farming. We can have cooperative farming, we can have collective farming. Also, we can have producers organizations, that is FPOs. It is also very important. Then contract farming is also a possibility. And land leasing, we need reforms in that is tenancy reforms. Land should be easy to lease out land. Today it is not possible to lease out land very easily, because the landowners, they are afraid that they will lose their land if the land is leased out. Current agricultural acts, okay, they don't encourage the land leasing business. So we have to look for solutions in this way to solve our agricultural development problems. Now, friends, as we know that the farmers' suicides or agrarian distress is a major issue in Indian agriculture, and most of the farmer suicides, you will find that they are happening in the states of Punjab, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. Now, these are the grain bowls of India. Okay, most of the agricultural production, okay, it is taken in these states of India. If you see the green revolution, where we increase our production, okay, in Punjab, then Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Haryana, western part of UP. So these are the grain bowls of India. Most of the agricultural production was increased in these states of India. But now this happened in green revolution period. But friends, we need to understand also the other issue also. We increase our production after green revolution. We became the food surplus country. Okay, that is a big achievement. But after green revolution, we need to give attention to the another problem, which is the result of green revolution. That is, instability in Indian agriculture has increased after green revolution. And this is one of the reasons why you will find that most of the farmer suicides are taking place in these states. So we need to study the human and environmental cost of green revolution, the socio-ecological cost of this green revolution. Now, this green revolution has made these problems, your ecological problem, your human and environmental issues, they have become vulnerable. It has made it more vulnerable. And after 1991, so after green revolution, this problem increased. The instability in Indian agriculture, it has increased. But after 1991, this problem, it became worst. It became worst. And also, after 1991, the issue of small and marginal farmers, the issue of small and marginal farmers, or the small and marginal peasantry, it has also become a big problem as far as Indian agriculture is concerned. After 1991, what happened? When India adopted the new economic policies, that is the era of new liberal policies. 1991 is the era of new liberal policies. Now, what happened during this period? During this period, there's a more economic role for the market economy. Market is important. Market plays important role in agriculture. So during this period, more role is given to market. And on the other hand, the government support, there is less government support to agriculture sector. There is less government support to farmers in Indian agriculture. So this has made our farming more vulnerable. So we have to look, as far as Indian development of Indian agriculture is concerned, we need to address these issues. What has happened during last 30 years and what has happened after 1991. During 90s, we all know that public investment in Indian agriculture has drastically declined. It means there is less government support to farmers, less government support to agriculture. So we know that during 2008, 80,000 crores were given to farmers as a subsidy, as a relief package. So that is okay. That we understand that is a need to give support to relief package to farmers. But these are all temporary solutions to Indian agricultural problems. These are not the permanent solutions to our agricultural distress. So we need to address these issues very seriously. Now, another major issue in Indian agriculture is about the failure of land reforms in India. So we have failed to redistribute our land among the landless or among the farmers. So that is also another issue. Now we cannot, we have to see this policy of land reforms or land redistribution as a policy to reduce poverty in India. Now, as we know that most of the poor in India, they live in agriculture. They live in rural areas. Who are poor? The landless agricultural laborers are the most poor, followed by the marginal farmers or the small farmers. So this is a major issue in Indian agriculture. We have failed to have land reforms in India. Now, as far as land reforms are concerned, we should, if you see the data, only 1.25% of land, only 1.25% of land, it has been redistributed. Okay, only 1.25% of land. So this is a very important policy, but at least after independence, we had some laws regarding land reforms. But after 1980 or 1990, we have neglected the policy of land reforms. Nowadays, nobody talks about land reforms. Then without land reforms, how we are going to reduce our poverty? When the most of the poor are agricultural laborers, most of the poor are marginal farmers and small and landless farmers. How we are going to reduce our poverty? So this is very important. If you see, if we take the example of China, 43% land was redistributed. In Taiwan, this figure goes to 37%. In Japan, 33%. In Korea, 32% land was redistributed. But in India, what we have done? We have redistributed only 1.25% of land. If you see the data, then in India, 10% of farmers or the people in rural area, they are landless. Then 49% farmers, they have less than 1 acre of land. So having less than 1 acre of land, it means it is as good as landless. It is as good as landless. So 10% landless, 49% near landless, because they have only less than 1 acre of land. So what we can say, the proportion of landless in Indian agriculture is almost 59%. Is almost 59%. And if you take the example of the data of small or the marginal farmers, they are 18%, 18. They are 18%, and small farmers, they are 11%. They are 11%. So the proportion of landless, then near to landless, that is having 1 acre of land, less than 1 acre of land, marginal farmers and small farmers, it is around 89%. So 89% of Indian farming is either landless or marginal or small. So if 90% of your land holding is marginal and small, so it is very difficult to use modern technology to have investment in agriculture. And this is the major problem as far as Indian agriculture is concerned. Friends, the data of or Food and Agriculture Organization, it shows that if India could redistribute 5% of its land, only 5%, then we can reduce poverty by 30%, by 30%. So if you could redistribute our 5% land, we can reduce our poverty by 30%. And this land redistribution is also useful in increasing our production by 10 to 80%. by 10 to 80%. So it means that now this is the data. This is whatever I'm talking is from empirical data. There are many studies. The studies by some economists in Pakistan, Brazil, Malaysia, Colombia. It shows that if we redistribute land, then agricultural production, it has increased by 10 to 80%. It means that this policy of land redistribution, it is not only a policy to increase agricultural production, but friends, this is the policy to reduce our poverty as well. Okay, to reduce our poverty as well. When we consider the role of agriculture, so we also need to see that agriculture development is also necessary to reduce our poverty. Now, the third important issue in agriculture is about the pressure of population in agriculture. As we know that today also more than 56% of rural population, it depends upon agriculture. At the time of independence, this proportion, it was around 70 to 80%. But now 56% of India's population, particularly rural population, it depends upon agriculture. But at the same time, the contribution of agriculture to GDP has gone down to less than 14%. Now agriculture accounts less than 14%, less than 14% of India's GDP. But the pressure on agriculture happened, the per capita land in India, it has gone down. During 1950, it was 1.25 acres, but now it is less than what we say, the 14 gunthas. If we say in Marathi, it's less than 14 R or 14 gunthas. So this is the main issue. This is also one of the important issues in Indian agriculture. Many policymakers or economists, they say that this is because of the land fragmentation in Indian agriculture is because of the hereditary practice in Indian agriculture. The land gets divided among sons and daughters. As we know that the land gets divided among sons and daughters. So the land fragmentation is due to hereditary practice. This is what most of the Indian academicians or policymakers think. But friends, I would like to tell you that this problem, the land fragmentation problem, is because of the pressure on Indian agriculture. Okay, the pressure on Indian agriculture. So what we need to do, we need to ease. Okay, we need to ease pressure on Indian agriculture. It is very important. And for that, industrialization in rural areas, the development of agro-based industries, the development of agro-processing industries is very important. So without industrialization, the mass level industrialization, we cannot have, we cannot ease the pressure on agriculture. It means to reduce poverty for agricultural development or for the rural development, we need development of non-farm employment in rural areas. Non-farm employment plays a very important role as far as poverty is concerned, rural poverty is concerned. So we need to increase the non-farm employment in India. We need to have, or we need to look at agriculture as a part-time business. The main problem with Indian agriculture is that most of the people, they depend upon agriculture for their livelihood. We have to see that agriculture becomes a part-time business. You can't with such small holdings, we cannot have agriculture as our the major livelihood source. But this is the problem. Our population, more than 56% population, it depends upon agriculture for their livelihood. So this is, I mean, if this is the issue, there will remain the agrarian distress. It would continue. The farmer suicides. We cannot. It's very difficult to control the farmers' suicides. So these are some of the issues in Indian agriculture. Friends, now the last point which I would like to highlight, it is that now these issues, when our policymakers and the agricultural economists, now they talk about the low agricultural productivity and the land fragmentation as the major issues in Indian agriculture. But friends, we should know that the same problem in 1918, Dr. Ambedkar talks about the same problem. According to Dr. Ambedkar, in 1918, he, in his research article, that is the small holdings in India, and its remedies, small holdings in India and its remedies. So it's a very famous article by Dr. Ambedkar, where he talks about the problems, what are the real problems of Indian agriculture. And there he said that low agricultural productivity and land fragmentation, the small land size, these are the two important, the two major problems of Indian agriculture. This is what Dr. Ambedkar has said in 1918, 100 years ago. And he has also tried to give solutions to these problems. According to Ambedkar, collective farming is the solution to this issue, and government support to farmers as far as all agricultural inputs are concerned, it should be provided by government. So these solutions, they are given by Dr. Ambedkar. But we have, during last 75 years of our independence, we have neglected the thoughts of Dr. Ambedkar as far as agricultural development is concerned. And today we see the lots of problems in Indian agriculture. We need to rethink, we need to revisit the solutions given by Dr. Ambedkar. At this platform, I will not discuss all the issues, all the solutions given by Dr. Ambedkar, but I would request you to go through that article, that small holdings in India. It's very important article written by Dr. Ambedkar in 1918, where he discussed issues in detail. Okay, 100 years, 100. So that is something which I suggest the young academicians, the young researchers to study and to go through it. So with these words, I stop my the concerns which or the problems which I think they're very important as far as the development of Indian agriculture is concerned. I take this opportunity to thank the principal of the college, Professor Dr. S.R. Takle sir, and the members of the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share my views of the development of Indian agriculture. I also thank the former principal of Sri Santa Sautamali College, Principal Sarwade Thomre sir, and I once again congratulate the organizing committee and the college for their silver jubilee celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Narwade sir, I thanks you a lot for your valuable thoughts and knowledge shared with us, and for the warm wishes you greet us for the national conference. as all of us know that we are running very late as per the time schedule. So it's now time for the presidential speech. Now it will be a great privilege to me to invite the most honorable personality, the chairman of this inaugural function, and the ex-principal of our college, and now member of Governing Council of Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Kulamri, respected Dr. Sarjarao Thumre sir. I request them, please deliver the presentation or the speech. Sarjarao Thumre sir, please start.
First of all, I thank you to one and all for the patient listening of all learned academicians. That the Professor Sarwade has inaugurated the conference, and he has narrated how our economy is emerging as a world's third economy and becoming one of the cognizable economic power. And in the keynote address, Professor J.B. Moraiah, with all statistical evidences and statistical base and analysis, he has thrown the light on the several problems of which the agriculture is facing. And lastly, the Professor Sunil Narwade, with pointing out some problems, he has given some solutions also, and he has quoted the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's the very well-known article on the land reforms in India. Friends, while inaugurating the speech by Professor Sarwade, he has mentioned how we face the pandemic, and that's how we have increased our capacities to face the natural disasters. And only because we become so strong. Recently, he has published his biography named as Bhook. Bhook is nothing but the hunger. Hunger is of several types of hunger is there, but the two types of hunger is more important. That the one is the food hunger, and the another is the what the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is always mentioning, that the knowledge hunger. And this must be the knowledge hunger gives the solution of all types of hunger. And one must acquire the knowledge how to face the problems made by the people, made by the human being, and the made by the natural mismanagement by the human beings. So natural disasters and the man-made disasters can be addressed properly only by searching the knowledge. And here we gather today to find out the solutions of our national economic problems in the background of the globalization, as the very globalization has been started, as the Professor Narwade has mentioned, that from 1991 onwards, we have become a very closely related economic system, globally linked with all the economic systems. And in that background, we have to find out the solutions. Sir, we are already running a very short of time, as we know. But all the organizers have given a very due justice to the organizing this seminar, and they have selected a very proper topic for the discussion at the background of when we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Mahotsav. This Azadi Ka Mahotsav, see, here is the time to plan for the next 25 years, and whenever we become, we will celebrate our 100th year of independence. At that time, we must have achieved our prosperity at a definitely at higher level, and we have to prepare for that purpose at that time. And that for that purpose, Professor Valmik Sarwade has mentioned that we must indulge in a proper research, and that research should not be only just a cut and mention, and that research must not only to find out the problem finder, it must be the research for to find out the solution, and that solutions must be at the ground level, and that for we must have empirical and the experimental research is to be adopted by all the research in this new education policy. Also, the research has given a immense importance, and that research must lead to solve our problems of living. See, as we developed a lot, as all the speakers has mentioned it, and they given with statistical evidences also. No doubt, we have achieved a lot of things, but still we have to journey along. See, the disparity is increasing. There is a lot of people are not getting the benefit of the development, and we must achieve as early as possible the inclusive growth. And for that purpose, everybody must be included in the development process. And for that purpose, the topic which we have discussed now, the primary sector, and that to the agriculture and allied sector, and both the speaker have thrown a very proper light on it, and several data is they have collected, and they have taken a very pains efforts to deliver their lecture. On behalf of the Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Shikshan Sanstha and the our college is also celebrating the silver jubilee year in this year, and on occasion of this, all the experts in the field have given a their valuable time, and they have enlightened us to understand the present economic system, its problems, and the solution on it. Lastly, I mentioned, see, there is a very basic need to reform our agriculture, and there are several ways and means, no doubt. One of is there the minimum support price and the public investment, but always there is a limitation for the public investment, and that one for that purpose the private investment must be invited there. It must be honored there, and for that purpose there must be a proper regulation. And this government has tried to taken a lead actually to solve the problems for coming together. See, forming a company and investment by the and the contract forming with the private investors, there must have the proper regulations and control by the enactment system, and that is to be and it and it has been widely accepted by all the politicians. And but they due to the power politics, though the many parties of Indian parties and national level parties actually in favor of the all these enactment, and they have told all they have mentioned it, they had mentioned in their manifesto also, but even then they oppose these law, agricultural reformation laws only due to the power politics and nothing else. And as an academician, we people must come forward in the benefit of all these concerned stakeholders, and primarily those who are dependent on the agricultural. Agriculture must get the proper due share in the development, in the GDP, and for that purpose they must get the proper market system, and they must get the investment there. And unless we private investments come into the agricultural, and consolidation of farming by group farming, and for that company farming, and remaining the rights of the farmer remain constant. See, in this way, the problem of subdivision and the fragmentation and the marginal farmers can be solved there, and the agricultural can be remunerative one, and so that inclusive growth can be possible through the primary sector. This can be one of the way, and this process must go ahead so that today's learned person may throw the in future may throw the light on it, and see, ours is a political economy, and the problems always must be addressed by the politician, and politicians must be guided properly and supported properly by the academicians. With all these words, I always thanks to the Principal Takle sir, and the Professor Kalyankar, and all other Professor Thorat and Malegaonkar, and they have actually contacted and gathered such a very well attended conference they have arranged here, and I again congratulate them, and I just conclude my presidential speech with these words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your best wishes, showing us the proper path for your inspirational speech, your guidance, as you have given a presidential speech. I thanks you once again, our most inspirational and guide. Now, it was the last speech of this inaugural function. So it's the time to vote of thanks of all the dignitaries, all the guests, all the researchers who attended the conference, who contributed, who gives us the valuable time. So now I request Dr. Mahesh Thorat sir to express the vote of thanks. Dr. Mahesh Thorat sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Honorable, respected, may I audible, sir? Yes. Honorable, respected inaugurator, keynote speaker, chief guest, chairperson, principal, and our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks of this nationally conference on the journey of Indian economy after independence on the memorable occasion of 75th year independence of India and Silver Jubilee year of our college. I am Dr. Mahesh Thorat on the behalf of Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Education Society, Sri Sant Sautamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya, Fulambri, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, Department of Commerce and Economics. I am very heartily thanking to all guest speakers for sharing with us your findings and opinions today. A big thank you to today's conference inaugural function inaugurator, Professor Dr. W.K. Sarwade, sir, Dean, Commerce and Management Science, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for covering each and every components of Indian economy and reveals his poetic-hearted feeling. Thank you so much. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Komaraiah Jodi Bali, sir, Department of Economics, Banaras Hindi University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. He explained the journey of Indian agriculture sector after independence in satisfactory statistical data also. I thank him once again. Further, we are grateful to Chief Guest Professor Dr. Sunil Narwade, sir, Head Department of Economics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for valuable thoughts and knowledge sharing with us. Thank you much, sir. I would like to express our sincere thanks to Honorable respected Principal Dr. Sarjeevji Thomre, sir, member of our society, Pandit Deen Dayal Education Society, Aurangabad, for presenting the National E-Conference and delivering presidential speech. Thank you so much, sir. I thank for respected Principal Dr. Subhash Takle, sir, for their unstated support for this conference. Last but not least, thank you all the research scholar, teacher, students, brothers and sisters, for your cooperation in making this conference a resounding success. I thank you all for attention. Now, I declare that the inaugural session is over. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I take leave of you?
Sir, yes, sir, yes. Thank you for your time. So we are going to continue the session.
Now-
We are not taking. Yes.
Now it's time to end up this inaugural function only, but it's not the time to end up all the programs of the first day, because we have another session, that is technical session. So without taking any break, because we are already running late, so for the next session, to start the next session, I hand over the charge of this virtual stage to Dr. Kalyankar, sir. I request them to please take the charge of this virtual stage. Kalyankar, sir.
Yes. Welcome all the participants and guests. I request Dr. Anumita Agrawal, madam, please start your video. I also request Dr. Virendra Amonkar, sir, please start your video. I also request the Dr. Rajesh Lane, sir, please start your video. Agrawal, madam is present. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. So there is a technical session first. We have a resource person of Anumita Agrawal, madam. We have a chairperson of Virendra Amonkar, sir, and we have a seminar coordinator, Professor Rajesh Lane, sir. I will welcome all the dignitaries. I introduce in the brief all the dignitaries. Dr. Anumita Agrawal, madam. She is an associate professor in economics, PNG, Government PG College, Ramnagar, Nainital, Uttarakhand. She has 20 years of teaching experience. She has 5 times make a resource person in various national and international conference. She have published books. She is a member of 5 academic bodies. She has attended many workshops and conferences. She has published 16 papers in international and national journals. She has also award of Bharat Shiksha Ratna Award, Global Achiever Terrific Award for the talented personalities. So I request on the behalf of Department of Economics and Commerce of Sri Santa Sautamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya in the technical session first, the journey of Indian economy after independence. We have chairperson of Virendra Abonkar sir. He has completed M.A, M.Com, M.Phil, B.Ed, NET, and now she is doing his PhD. He has published 2 books. He have teaching experience, 19 years of teaching experience. He is from Virnoda, Goa. Sir has published and presented a research paper in national and international journal and conferences. I heartily welcome sir, Dr. Virendra Amonkar sir. The session coordinator, Professor Dr. Rajesh Lahane sir. He is the head of Department of Commerce, a reputed college in the Aurangabad, that is the Devgiri College, Aurangabad. I welcome sir. He have teaching experience of 15 years teaching experience. He is a session coordinator. I heartily welcome on the behalf of the Sri Santa Sautamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulamri. Now I hand over the session Professor Rajesh Lahane sir. I request him to call the paper presenter, and I request all paper presenter please present their paper. Okay, Dr. Rajesh Lahane sir. I hand over the session Professor Rajesh Lahane sir.
He have not joined still.
Rajesh Lahane sir is not joined.
No, he is not there.
Yeah. Okay. We will call.
So, I'm audible to you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You can see me, see my video, no?
Yes. Amonkar sir is there, no? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Welcome, sir. Rajesh Lahane sir is there. Okay, Rajesh Lahane sir is coming. Sir,
Let ask the participant, those who wants to present their paper. Either
yes.
you can call the name.
Yes. We have a prepared list, and we are already sent on the WhatsApp group, sir. I read the name of first presenter here. Okay. Rajesh Lahane sir is joining now. I request Dr. Sweta Taslera, Madam, Research. Lahane sir is join here. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. I will unmute Nane sir. He is coordinate the session.
Ma'am.
नहीं है लाने सर नहीं है हाँ सर so I request the first presenter Dr. Sweta Taslera madam research scholar
Yes sir,
yes,
I'm audible sir.
yes,
am I audible sir?
Yes,
okay
yes.
I'm presenting my screen.
Yes.
Sir, please allow me to share my screen.
You can share, ma'am.
Sir, the message is showing that host disabled attendee screen sharing.
No, you can share right now. It is open.
Madam. Okay, आप तो थे ना अभी तक.
Should I start, sir?
You can start. We are able to see your screen.
So my screen is visible, sir?
Yes. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. So my topic is analysis of Indian economy before and after independence. I am Dr. Shweta Talestra from Vikram University, Ujjain, research scholar for Dept. The abstract of my research paper is the impact of British economic policies were distortions for Indian economic development. It marred the life of all sections, particularly the labor sections, and put them into the life of poverty and destitution. In the present paper, there is an analysis of Indian economic situations before and after independence. The main gainers from the British regime were the so-called middle class of Indian capitalists and professionals and the noble villagers. Most of these were high caste Hindus, though the Parsis and Sikh did fairly well. The main losers were the Muslims, who had formed a major part of the Mughal aristocracy, officers, cooks, lawyers, and artisans in the luxury handicrafts. The basic foundation of the Indian economy began after the independence. India begins a new project upon its path of development by certain initiatives by making 5-year plans. At present, the Union Budget, the Economic Survey term external environment, as challenging but projected a 7 to 7.5% GDP growth rate in the next fiscal, which could accelerate to 8% in the couple of years. The Economic Survey for 2015-16, the economy was expected to grow by 9.2% in real terms in 2021-22, also made a case of carrying forward the reform process to achieve macroeconomic stability. The key words of the paper are Indian economy, Britishers, and government. So here is the introduction. In the beginning, our country, India, was rich in economy, culture, and polity. But it was due to advent of foreigners that is gradually got pushed into backwardness. This is what is believed by most of the Indian researchers. However, the most British researchers attribute economic stagnations during the British period to overpopulation, religion, caste, social attitude, value system, and other social institutions. This approach was called as colonial approach. This was given by Knowles 1928 and Anstey 1952. But the national scholars, Sarkar 1985, Nauroji 1901 and 1996, Chandra 1981, Dutt 1907, Ambedkar 1925, rejected the statements of British administrators and writers of colonial schools which regards to India's economic underdevelopment and strongly argued with suitable explanations that the economic policies of the British rule in India were primarily responsible for the country's bad economic conditions. According to them, the British rulers of India consequently shattered the country's economy, appropriated its wealth and drained it out to England and created all possible buffers to its development. In reporting a meeting of the Anti-Opium Society in 1888, a London paper stated, so far is war front taxing ourselves for India's benefit that we are regularly taxing India for our own benefit. The proceeds of the opium monopoly and of the soil tax together only amount to 10 million, while the home charge of the Indian government are 14 million sterling. But while we as a nation are thus pocketing 1/4 of the Indian revenue, we still have the opportunity to talk of the sin of the optimum trade of the barbarity of salt tax. So the introduction is continued. Before the 1914-18 war, India financed more than 250 of British's total deficits to ensure British's balance of payments surplus. By the end of the 1939-45 war, Malaysia's rubber and tin, Africa's gold and other minerals, and particularly the they kept added means by which Britishers maintained the balance of payments. Clive himself said India was a country of intoxicated riches and one which cannot fail to make its masters the richest corporation in the world. But the continuous transfer of much wealth involved a constant drain of huge quantities of gold, silver, precious stones, and other goods. The shortage of capital, particularly silver currency, created to the restrictions of internal trade and industry. The national scholars concluded that the decay of traditional industries, inadequate development of modern industries, and increasing dependence on the people on agriculture during the British period were only due to the overall impact of bad British policies. The leaders and thinkers like Nehru 1988, scholars Dutt 1970, Roy 1997 have said that India was in transitional phase of progress before the advent of the Britishers, and the capitalist development might have taken place in this country if they could have escaped the colonial exploitation in the 18th and 19th centuries. Just I'm opening the camera, sir. Camera on करने का बोल.
Continue, madam, and conclude it.
Yes. The growth of a new land system in India affected India's economy. In 1793, Lord Cornwallis introduced permanent settlement in Bengal and neighboring states by introducing this new zamindari system, the ownership right over the land which in the past belonged to them. Since the zamindaries enjoyed the right to raise that rent, they mercilessly exploited the tenants. After some time, the British extended the settlement policy to other states and created zamindars there too. But they changed it to temporary settlement under which land revenue would be reassessed after a period ranging between 25 to 40 years. By a different and system called revertory settlement was evaluated for large parts of Bombay and Madras, which subsequently was extended to northeastern and northwestern India. By this system, each peasant holding a plot of land was recognized as a landlord and made directly responsible to the state for the annual and revenue payment. The conditions of farmers under the revertory system should not have been as bad as under the zamindari system. The greed of the Britishers was responsible for the sad situations of farmers under this system. So in the both cases, the land rents fixed were excessive and both the systems were instrumental in restrictions of the organic village community based on customs and traditions, according to Dutt and Sundaram 2000. But the zamindari system made the landlords the masters of the village communities. The revertory system cut through the heart of the village communities by making separate arrangements between each peasant cultivator and the state. There was a built-in depressor and the economy moved downwards. The exploitation of pieces under
Please
the...
give the
Hello,
conclusion.
Hello,
Hello.
Shweta.
Madam,
Haji?
just
Can
just
you?
give the conclusion within 1 to 2 sentences.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, you are excluding, going away from the time given to you.
Yeah.
Time limit is only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. So this is the conclusion. Hence, it can be concluded that the overall impact of British economy policies was destroyed for Indian economic development, and it made the life of all sections, particularly the labor sections, and put them into the life of poverty and destitution. Thus, the main gainers from the British regime, apart from the British, was the so-called middle class of Indian capitalists and professionals, and the village security. Most of these were high caste Hindus, though the Parsis and Sikhs did fairly well. The main users were the Muslims who had formed the major part of the Mughal aristocracy, officers, crops, lawyers, and Asturians in the luxury handicrafts. The basic foundation of the Indian economy began after the independence. India begins a new project upon its initiatives making 5-year plans. At present, the Union Budget, the Economic Survey termed external environment as challenging but projected a 7 to 7.75% GDP growth rate in the next fiscal, which could accelerate to 8% in the couple of years. The Economic Survey for 2021, which was passed recently by Parliament, and also made a case for carrying forward the reform process to achieve macroeconomic stability. So thank you so much, sir. This was my presentation.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Now next candidate must be the Dr. Chitra Rekha. He is present. Dr. Chitra Rekha. Gender budgeting as a tool of women empowerment. Yes, you are present. Yes, unmute. Yes. Only 5 minutes are provided. In 5 minutes, you have to conclude your paper.
Unmute yourself, ma'am. Please on your mic.
Please unmute your mic and start.
Okay, sir.
First of all, introduce yourself, then your topic, then start.
Just a minute, sir. Myself, Dr. Chitra Rekha. I am working as assistant professor in Diet Southwest Homenheda in New Delhi. My subject is psychology, but and I have passed in MA Economics. Now my topic is gender budgeting as a tool for women empowerment. We are talking about the Indian economy and the after in 75 years of independence. Now my main focus on the point of women empowerment. First of all, I want to. Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Continue.
My screen is visible?
Yes, visible, madam. Continue. Screen is not important, madam. Just present the paper. Do not read.
Yes. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. First of all, I want to tell you about the gender budgeting. What is gender budgeting? Gender budgeting is a tool for mainstream gender. It uses the budget as an entry point to implement gender lens for entire policy process. Gender budgeting is concerned with the gender-sensitive formulas of laws, policies, plans, programs, and plans, allocation and collection of resources, implementation of execution, monitoring, review, adult and impact assessment of programs and plans, and follow-up corrective actions to address gender inequalities. The main purpose of gender budgeting is to empower the woman. Gender budgeting means preparing budget for analyzing them for a gender perspective. Then I would like to discuss about what is the difference between the gender and sex. We always in a dilemma. We always think gender and sex is equal. Now gender is different from sex. Gender refers to the culturally and socially constructed roles, responsibilities, privileges, relationship, and expectations of women and men, boys and girls. They are the socially constructed, can change over time and vary from place to place.
Sex is biological difference between the male and females. It refers to the physical attributes that we are born with. The concept of gender budgeting, the first gender budgeting initiative were launched by the Australian federal and state government in mid-1980s. Now, what is the need of gender budgeting? Achievement of gender equality, the main objective of gender budgeting. The Constitution of India is not only provides equality to women, but also empowers the state to adopt measures to positive discrimination in favor of women. Gender budgeting will prove the extremely useful in this direction. Second, in monitoring the achievement of policy goals. Gender budgeting is a tool to monitor to achieve the goals of National Women's Empowerment Policy 2001 and evaluation of unpaid work. We always think the women live in the home. They don't do any work. We have to focus on her work. It should be noted that unpaid sectors as well as monetary economic sectors result in society total economic output. So ways must be identified for the women and men who contribute to the nation through unpaid work and reduce their burden. Gender budgeting and the budget. The budget is just an annual statement of receipt and expenditure. It means the meeting and obligations of the state and its political statement of the priorities set by the government and the allocation of resources.
But gender budgeting just come to the conclusions.
Okay, sir. Sir, but just gender budgeting is not limited to the budget document, but it includes series of process that are placed as well as follow the budget preparations. At last, there is a time limit, so I want to conclude. Since 2005-06, India has just brought out 17 gender budget, which set initiatives and expenditure to promote gender equality and eliminate gender inequalities. Overall, the gender budgeting the numbers have increased to rupees 1 crore 70 lakh, which contribute 4.3% to overall expenditure plan. According to the analysis of the Indian Democratic Women's Association, the gender budget has fallen from 0.71% of GDP in the 2021 to 22 fiscal to 0.66% in 22 to 2023 forecast. Gender budgeting planning not just intellectual, it just strictly enforced their theoretical level. Today's substantial improvement can be seen in women empowerment, reproductive freedom, general well-being, and non-discrimination, but there is still much to be done. Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation there, gender equality. Now our next participant, Dr. Seema Shah, SMT Mumbai. Yes, she is present.
She is not there, sir. She is not there.
She is not there. Chitra, you have to log out first. Then the second participant will be just off your screen. Yes. Now, next participant, Seema Shah is there. No? Dr. Mehman Sohail. Dr. Mehman Sohail. If he is ready.
He is also not there. Sir, unmute yourself. Lahane sir.
Dr. Nasiket Govindrao is here. Hello. You are present or not?
Not there, sir. Next.
Next. Dr. Shivaji Takle. Dr. Shivaji Takle from B.A.M.U.
He is there, sir. He is there.
Yes. Shivaji Takle is there. Yes. Shivaji Takle, sir.
Shivaji Takle. Indian position in commercial services trade. Just present your paper within 5 minutes. Unmute, first of all, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am sharing my screen.
Yes. We have just give the introduction, objectives, your main theme and conclusion.
Yes, yes. Myself, Dr. Shivaji Takle, Arts and Science College, Gadi, District B. 1 minute, sir. Hello, sir. My screen is not sharing.
Okay, okay.
Screen share la permission diya त्यांना.
Sir,
Yes,
it is
yes.
open, permitted.
Okay, okay.
Give the host
You can
permission.
share. You can share, sir. See the symbol, screen sharing symbol is there. Arrow. You press
Yes,
it
yes.
and you can share. Option is open for everyone.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bottom of the screen.
Sir, you ask someone technical support. See the option is there below your screen. Below, you can see the green symbol is there. Share screen.
Ah, yes, yes. There is green share screen है सर, लेकिन ये नहीं आ रहा ना सर, लाइव नहीं दिख रहा सर.
Okay, you can just present your paper without screen. No problem. It is possible
I
to
have
you.
prepared, sir.
Kakade sir, go ahead.
काकडे सर तुम्ही पीपीटी ओपन करून ठेवा आणि मग त्याला शेअर करा किंवा
ठीक
मग
आहे, ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे.
कंटिन्यू
ओके,
करा. लहाने सर जसे म्हटले तसे करा. विदाउट
एकच मिनिट.
एक काम करा सर, पीपीटी ओपन करा,
हा.
स्क्रीन शेअर करा.
ओके, ओके सर.
खाली सिंबल दिलेला आहे त्याच्यावर स्क्रीन शेअर वर क्लिक करा.
One minute, sir. I have chosen the topic India's position in commercial services trade. Services sector has become important for many economies in the world and very important particularly for India. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
It is a large and most dynamic part of Indian economy, both in terms of employment potential and contribution to national income. Indian services sector has emerged as the largest and fastest growing sector. Services sector remains the key driver of India's economic growth. In this study, the researcher has tried to focus on leading exporters and importers in world trade in commercial services during 2000 to 2020 and to analyze the India's position in commercial services trade. For analysis, researcher used descriptive and analytical research methods. In this study, researcher explained top 10 leading countries in exports and imports of commercial services in world and India's and world position in exports and imports of commercial services in 2000, 2010, and 2020. In this study, compared leading countries, India and world value in US billion dollars, share and annual change in percentage. Objectives of the study: to study the leading exporters in world commercial services trade, to study the leading importers in world commercial services trade, to analyze India's position in commercial services trade. Research methodology of the study. This study is purely depending on secondary data. Data is collected from various reference books, research articles, journals, and websites. For analysis, researcher use descriptive and analytical research methods. Leading exporters and importers in world trade in commercial services in 2000. There is a list of 10 leading countries. They are USA, UK, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Hong Kong, Belgium, and our country, that is India's rank, we show that is 22 in the leading exporters, and India's rank in importers in world trade in commercial services is 19. In 2020, we see that there is also first rank was of USA country, second was UK, and thereafter Germany, China, Ireland, France, India, Singapore, Netherlands, Japan. And in the importance list, USA, China, Germany, Ireland, France, UK, Japan, Singapore, Netherlands, and India's rank was 10. And in exporters, India's rank was 7. We see that India has progressed in regarding exporters and importers also. India's position in commercial services export. When we compare India's position with top 10 leading export countries of commercial services, we found that exports of commercial services value of India was US dollar 17.6 billion in 2000, and its share was mere 1.2 in world exports of commercial services. It increased to US dollar 203 billion in 2020. Its share also increased to 5%. There was US dollar 185 billion growth in value of India. Rank of India in leading export countries of commercial services was 22nd in 2000, 7th in 2010, and 5th in 2020. India has progressed regarding exports of commercial services during 2000 to 2020. Its rank was 22nd in 2000, growth in services exports. Its share upgraded in 2010 and 5th in 2020. In 2000, as compared to other leading export countries and world, India's annual percentage change was highest, that is to 26%. It was increased to 33% in 2010. This is also highest as compared to leading export countries and world. World commercial exports. Exports of commercial services value of world was US dollar 1,435 billion in 2000, and its annual percentage change was 6% in 2000. It increased to US dollar 3,977 billion in 2020. Its annual percentage change was decreased to -21% in 2020. India's position in commercial services imports. When we compare India's position with top 10 leading import countries of commercial services, we found that imports of commercial services value of India was US dollar 19.9 billion in 2000, and its share was 1.4% in world imports of commercial services. It increased to US dollar 153 billion in 2020. Its share also increased to 4%. There was US dollar 133 billion growth in value of India. Rank of India in leading imports countries was 19.
Sir, come to the conclusion. Your time is over.
Yes, sir. Yes. Conclusions of this study. We found regarding leading countries' exports and imports of commercial services in 2000, among leading exporters, share in world exports of commercial services was highest of USA, which was 19%, and lowest share was of Hong Kong, China, and Belgium, Luxembourg, which was near about 3%. In 2000, among leading exporters, highest growth rate was of Japan, which was 13%, and lowest growth rate was of Italy, which was -6%. In 2010, among leading exporters, share in world exports of commercial services was highest of USA, which was 14%, and lowest of share was of Singapore, which was 3%. In 2010, among leading exporters of highest growth rate was of India, which was 33%, and lowest growth rate was of UK, which was -1%. In 2020, among leading exporters, share in world export of commercial services was highest of European Union, which was 24%, and lowest share was of Canada, which was 2%. In 2020, among leading exporters, less negative growth rate was of China, which was -1%, and highest negative growth rate was of Japan, which was -23%. In 2000, among leading importers, share in world import of commercial. Yes, 1 minute, sir. Last 1 minute. We see that India has both exports and import interest in services with a huge pool of English-speaking skilled workforce available at competitive prices. India has created a niche for itself in export of knowledge-based services such as software services and engineering services. India needs foreign investment and best management practices in infrastructure services. By country, the US is the largest export destination, followed by the UK and other European countries and other English-speaking countries like Canada. India imports bulk of its services from the US, the UK, Australia, Germany, Japan, France, and Korea. Thank you, sir.
Lahane sir, unmute yourself.
Yes, your paper is very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lahane sir, unmute yourself. You have muted again.
Yes, sir. From your side, it will be muted. Your paper is very nice. Your data is very good, but it must be the latest one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, our next participant. Seema Shah is there.
Sir, call Neha Barodia. Sir, Neha Barodia.
Sir, Kiran Barodia, Pushpa, Neha Barodia is not there. Kiran Barodia.
Call him.
Sir,
paper,
Neha and Kiran both are there.
Yes. You can present your paper now. Within 5 minutes, just you have give the introduction, objectives of your paper, main theme of your paper, and conclusion. Within 5 minutes, you have to sum up. Just share your screen.
Hello, sir. Sir?
Yes,
hello?
sir. Yes, we can hear.
We can hear you. No problem. Start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Beside two binary genders, male and female, there also exists a third category, better known as third gender or transgender, as per Census of India 2011, and transgender according to the NALSA Act 2014. Good morning, everyone. I am Kiran Badoni, a research scholar in Department of Economic Studies and Planning, Center University of Karnataka, along with my supervisor, Senior Professor Pushpa and Sabadati. I tried to work on transgender, and as to just zeal my all the institutions, I just consider transgenders as one of my topic for thesis. Here I am presenting my research paper cum working paper on a descriptive study on transgender population according to Census of India 2011. Here I am telling you some of my keywords like transgender, census, literacy, third genders, other, and India. Let us start with the introduction. In introduction, I try to cover about background of census, its origin, and its definition. The word census is derived from the Latin verb centers, which means to assess, or in terms of statistics, to estimate, according to Encyclopedia Americana 1951. The simple definition of census is that it is a procedure of systematically calculating, acquiring, and recording information about the member of given population. The first complete census was held in 1881 under the Viceroy Lord Mayo. Recently, in India, government has appointed registrar and census commissioner in 1961 to conduct all the census. United Nations defined the difference between the census and sample. According to them, census is an individual enumeration, universality within a defined territory, simultaneity, and defined periodicity. Whereas sampling represents the information gathered from a few number of people from the entire population based on some of the sampling techniques, either known as probability or non-probability sampling. Now I will move towards the review of literature. Under review of literature, me and my professor gone through the thematic way of doing review of literature. Here, we first discuss about the type of census. Actually, there are two types of census, de facto and de jure. De facto population census is that in which enumerator asks questions to those people who are presented at the place where census data has been collected, while under de jure, enumerator only asks respondents or counted or interview who is permanent resident in a particular place where the enumerators ask the question and count the people. I repeat, under de jure, enumerators ask the respondents who are the permanent residents in a particular place where the enumerator asks the question and count the people. Now, the second theme of my review of literature is pre-independence and post-independence census of India. During British rule in India till 1947, many categories were included under census because the main motive of the Britishers was to just focus on their administrative work. But after post-independence, when all the controls went to the hand of Indians, they were focusing on the homogeneity of Indians. So they have reduced some of the categories which were earlier included in census to bring the homogeneity. Now, the third sub-theme of my review of literature is transgenders. Actually, in census of 2011, it was the first time when the government focused on the transgenders. They thought that there are three categories, male, female, and transgenders. But that time they were confused about the terms, how do we designate that third gender? So they have just included it under the category of others. So according to Census of India, the total population of transgender is 487,803, while the total child ratio in the age group of 0 to 6, 54854. Out of this, 78811 belongs to SC category, while 33293 were from ST category. The total literacy rate of transgender in India is only 56.07%. So for these studies, I have just including three objectives based on the limited source of data. First is to find out the transgender population in different state and union territories of India. Second is to study the literacy rate among transgender in different state and union territories in India. And third and last, it is about to study child ratio of transgender in different states and union territories. Yes, my research methodology is secondary source of data since there is no other government or Indian websites. My objective is to study about the total population of transgender in states and union territories. According to my findings, the highest population of transgender is in Uttar Pradesh, that is 137,465. Second, it is in Andhra Pradesh, 43769. Third, it is in Maharashtra, 40891. Fourth, in Bihar, 40827. And lastly, in West Bengal, 30349. The lowest population is in Goa, Mizoram, and Sikkim. In Goa, it is only 398, while in Mizoram, it is 166, and in Sikkim, it's only 1 to 6. As per the Union Territories, the highest population is in Delhi, 4213, and second it is in Pondicherry, 252. And the lowest in Lakshadweep, there is only 2 transgenders found as per the census, and 43 only in Dadar and Nagar Haveli. Now we will also talk about the child sex ratio, which is in my second objective. According to census, the total child sex ratio of transgender in the age group of 0 to 6 was 54854. The highest is in Uttar Pradesh, 18734, in Andhra Pradesh, 4082, while it is lowest in Mizoram and Sikkim. In Mizoram, it is only 26, while in Sikkim, it is only 14. Now we will talk about the Union Territories. The highest child sex ratio is in Delhi, 31116, and lowest in Dadar and Nagar Haveli, only 5, while in Lakshadweep, the child sex ratio was 0. The third objective covers the literacy rate of transgenders. According to this, the Kerala has highest literacy rate of transgender, 84.01%. Second is in Goa, 90%, while it is lowest in Bihar, 44.35%, and Jharkhand, it is only 47.58%. If we will talk about the Union Territories, then it's only 62.99% in Delhi, while it is lowest in Lakshadweep, only 72.22%. Now, if I will talk about the SC and ST category of transgender population, the highest SC category of transgender is found in Delhi and Pondicherry, while it is lowest in Dadar and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. While coming to ST category, the total ST category was 133293, while it is highest in Dadar and Nagar Haveli and lowest in Lakshadweep. These are some of my findings.
Suggestions.
Yes, sir. The conclusion of my study is that the only source to gather the information on transgender is census of 2011, but under census of 2011, they have only considered 3 main categories like population, child sex ratio, and literacy. They haven't focused on literacy, employment, which are another important aspects. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Now, next presentation. You have just off your screen. Now, next is Kiran Bododia is over. Next is Ajay Daimari. Who is Rahul Dinkar? Research scholar. Sarita Bishop. Sarita Bishop is there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You can present your paper. Within 5 minutes, you have to sum up. Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Just share your screen and start the presentation.
Sir, my screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all. My name is Sarita Bish, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics at PNG Government PG College, Ramnagar, Kumaon University, Nainital. First of all, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Anumita Agrawal, ma'am, for guiding me throughout the research. And I would also like to express my gratitude to all panelists and convener for giving me opportunity to present my research paper. So the title of my research paper is ICTS and Anganwadi Scheme for Child Development in India. So this is my abstract. The first 6 years of children are important for their development. In India, children are malnourished on an average. They have to face difficulties right from their birth. The problems of the child start even before its birth because of malnutrition of the mother and non-availability of normal maternal and child-related facilities to the family. With this thought in mind, the Indian government started ICTS program, that is Integrated Child Development Services to meet the basic needs of children below the age of 6 years. It is the only integrated central program to provide supplementary food, healthcare, and free education to young children. These services are provided to beneficiaries free of cost since the health and nutritional needs of the child cannot be met by keeping the mother away his scheme. So these schemes cover adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating mothers. The present study highlights trend on the growth and development of ICDS network, ICDS budgetary allocation, and feeding and cost norm of supplementary nutrition program over the past year from 2007-8 to 2021. So first, I would like to start with the introduction. The first 6 years of children are important for their development. In India, children are malnourished on an average.
Madam, just present the paper. Do not read the paper. Please.
Okay, sir. So according to the census 2011, around 158 million of the children are in the age group of 6 to 6 years. So children are the future of our country. So it is very important for country's development as they contribute to the future human resources of the country. So Integrated Services Program is one of those welfare programs initiated by the government of India. So these are some objectives to better the health and nutritional status of children in the age group 0 to 6 years, to build the foundation for proper psychological, physical, and social development of the child, to bring down the incidence of mortality, morbidity, malnutrition, and school dropout, to achieve effective coordination of policy and implementation amongst the various departments to promote child development, to raise the capability of the mother to look after the normal health and nutritional require of the child by proper nutrition and health condition. So services under ICDS schemes cover supplementary nutrition, immunization, health checkup, referral services, preschool non-formal education, and nutrition and health education. So my objective of the study is to study area-wise growth progress of integrated child development services in India, to study area-wise budgetary allocation and expenditure under ICDS program in India. The present study is based on secondary data, and the data is based on annual report by Ministry of Women and Child Development from year 2007-8 to 2021. So first data is on progress in implementation of ICDS. So there were 5,829 operational projects in 2007, and operational projects increased up to 7,075 in 2020. Whereas the number of Anganwadi centers were increased from 8,44,743 lakh in 2007 and increased up to 13,81,376 in 2020. And the number of supplementary beneficiaries, including children 6 months to 6 years and pregnant and lactating mothers, were 705.43 lakhs in 2007, which is increased to 855.05 lakh in 2020. Whereas number of preschool education beneficiaries, including children 3 to 6 years, were 300.81 lakh in 2007 and 245.04 lakh in 2020. So the report shows the number of Anganwadi centers and number of supplementary nutrition beneficiaries and number of preschool education beneficiaries are increased. Now, my next slide is on the budget allocation and expenditure under ICDS. So according to the annual report, for the year 2007 and 8, revised estimate was 5,396.30 crore against budget estimate of rupees 5,293 crore. And the expenditure for the same year was rupees 5,259.09 crore. And over the year, the expenditure was increased to 16,891.99 crore in year 2019 and 20. And for year 2021, the expenditure was around rupees 11,019.85 crore. So these expenditures are mainly for construction of Anganwadi centers, for providing drinking water and sanitation, for providing supplementary nutrition and all other basic amenities needed under Anganwadi services. Now my next slide is on the supplementary nutrition program cost norm. So improvement in cost and feeding norms of supplementary nutrition can be seen as malnutrition is a major health problem, especially among the adolescent girl, women, and young child, affecting their physical growth and development. So the cost norm of supplementary nutrition for children 6 to 72 months which was 95 paisa in 1991, increased to rupees 8 per beneficiaries per day. For underweight children, it was 115 paise, which is increased to 9.50. Whereas for pregnant and lactating mother, it was 135 paise, increased to rupees 12 per beneficiaries per day. So similarly, nutrition feeding for the children for the age group of 6 months to 72 months were increased to 300 calories of energy and 8 to 10 grams of protein to 500 calories of energy and 12 to 15 grams of protein per day. For malnourished or underweight children, food supplement, which is 600 calories of energy and 20 grams of protein, increased to 800 calories of energy and 20 to 25 grams of protein per day per child. For pregnant and lactating mothers, food supplement was 500 calories of energy and 15 to 20 grams of protein, increased to 600 calories of energy and 18 to 20 grams of protein per day. So the supplementary feeding includes take-home ration in the form of micronutrients.
The paper is very nice. Just come to the conclusion.
Just come to the conclusion, please.
Okay, sir. So though the expansion has been seen in the implementation of ICDS, but as per the recent report of National Family Health Survey 2019 to 21, 32.1% children under the age of 5 are underweighted and 35.5% of children are stunted. So these indicators have shown improvement as compared to the National Family Health Survey of 15-16 and 2005 and 6. The maternal and child health situation in India is a matter of a great concern. Despite these improvements, maternal and childhood undernutrition and anemia among children and women are distressing in the country. And there is a need to break its intergeneration cycle and also the need to coverage the supplementary nutrition with maintenance of continuous supply. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Paper is very good. But next time try to present the paper, do not read it. Your content is very nice.
Sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir? Sir, Ajay is here. He will present, sir.
Who?
Sir, Ajay. Ajay Dembri from Central University of Karnataka, sir.
We can take this seriously whenever you are. Okay. Ajay Daimari. Yes, no problem. Now you will be ready. Just present your paper within 5 minutes. Yes, you can hear me. Just start your presentation. Hello, madam, you can hear me or not? Hello.
Hello, sir. Am my voice is audible?
Yes. Your voice is audible. Please share your screen and start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes.
My name is Ajay Dembri. I'm a research scholar of Central University of Karnataka. My topic is Women Empowerment Through Financial Inclusion in India, a case study on Bodo community in Udalguri district of Assam.
Your other mic is on, I think. Just unmute your other mic.
I have just unmuted. Okay. My topic is, I'm coming again. My topic is Women Empowerment Through Financial Inclusion in India, a case study on Bodo community in Udalguri district of Assam. Coming to the definition, financial inclusion. Financial inclusion, according to Dr. C. Rangarajan, financial inclusion is a process to ensure access to financial services timely and adequately credit for vulnerable groups such as weaker section and low income group at an affordable cost. According to Census 2011, almost after post-independent, after 75 years of post-independent, according to 2011 census, almost 50% of the population of India are not financially included. So it is very much important to study on financial inclusion, which is an inclusive towards the society. And women are an important part of Indian society, but still in some part of India, women are the most vulnerable members of society. In this research paper, the researchers focused is on financial inclusion of women in Bodo community residing in Udalguri district of Assam. Coming to the review of literature, I'd like to discuss on one of the literature. In the paper of Lakshmi R. Kulsetra and Archana Gupta, the continuous effort to bring weaker section of the society under financial inclusion were to reduce the level of gender disparity and poverty. In other words, its aim was to reduce the socio-economic difference between people connected with mainstream of the society and people who suffered from discrimination. There were isolation from society. In addition, the researchers have also explained the challenges faced by the banking sector from the supply side of financial inclusion. Coming to the objective, I have drafted 3 objectives. The first objective is to study the socio-economic status of Bodo women in Samtavri village of Udalguri district. And my second objective is to explore challenges in financial inclusions of Bodo women in the Bodo community. And the third objective is to measure women empowerment through financial inclusion in Bodo community. Coming to the research methodology, the study is descriptive research in nature, and multi-random sampling technique has been used for selecting the sample, and 50 sample size has been selected. Coming to the first analysis and interpretation of first objective, the socio-economic status of Bodo women. Here, the data has been collected from the age group of 20 to 80. Here, almost 32% of the respondent is belong from 30 to 40 age group. And 74% of the respondent were married, and 98% of the respondent were belongs from a Christian religion. If we look into the education, 32% of the respondent were illiterate, whereas 18% of the respondent were above higher secondary. And if we look the occupation, 34% of the respondents are housewifed, and 12% are self-employed, and 40% of the respondent, they earned less than 5,000 per month. And coming to the challenges, coming to the objective number 2, challenges in financial inclusion of women in Bodo community of Samtavri in Udalguri district. Some of the variables like formal financial system, like having banking facilities, the problems with opening bank account and assisting in opening bank accounts. Coming to the formal financial system, like almost every women's have formal financial system. And every respondent were facing problem in opening a bank account. Like 42% of the respondents taking help from family members in opening account, and 26% from the friends, and 24% from bank officials in opening bank account. And for taking loan, like 30% of the respondent put their agriculture as a security for loan borrowed, and 44% of the respondents bank facilities, bank branch are less than 5 kilometers. Coming to the third objective, measurement of women empowerment through financial inclusion. Some of the variables are like bank account. Mostly like every account, every respondents they are having saving bank account. And 66% of the respondent, they have only one account, whereas 32% of the respondent is having more than one account. And 2% are having more than two bank account. And duration of the existing bank account, like every respondents have opened their account before 6 months. And also like 46% have a debit card, and whereas 54% have not debit card. And coming to the uses of debit card, only 46% have used the debit card and 54% have not used their debit card. Coming to the conclusion, like in the Bodo community, women are somehow behind in terms of financial inclusion, but the status of financial inclusion of Bodo community has been improved. Directly or indirectly, financial inclusion has helped in bringing unity and integrity into society by removing privilege and disparities. Nevertheless, financial inclusion play a great role in improving the quality and effectiveness of women empowerment. And coming to the recommendation, the researchers have given a suggestion like there should be a bank-based survey to inspect the details of particular customers in their bank regarding issues by encountering in all banking process. And number 2 recommendation is like there should be the appointment of more business correspondent to intermediate between poor women and the financial system. And thirdly, there should be more self-help group microfinance to financially support the women in rural areas. And there should be first promotion of financial literacy. That's all. Thank you.
Is there any suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Is there any suggestion?
Yes, sir. That recommendation.
Thank you very much. Now next participant, Nandakumar Dinakar is here present.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now your topic is agriculture marketing. You have to finish within 5 minutes.
Oh, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, share your screen and start the presentation.
Nane sir, 9 number आलेले 9 number.
9 number तर झालं ना. नेहा बरोडियाने प्रेजेंट केला सर पेपर.
Yes, I'm here.
रहेगा कर दिया है.
हाँ, नेहा बरोडिया they have already presented the paper. Kiran Borodia is remaining.
Okay.
So, sir, this is the 11 number.
Yes. Nandakumar Dinkar Rao, तुम्ही present करा, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Just share your screen.
Okay. Myself, Professor Nandakumar Dinkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, SSMS College, Athini, Belagavi District, Karnataka State. I would like to present my research paper is agricultural marketing. So let us start with abstract of my research paper. Agriculture marketing helps in meeting the demand and expect.
Sir, please share your screen first.
Sir, please. Sir. Okay, sir.
Start your video also.
Okay, sir. Yes.
We can know how is your good face. Please show me.
Your screen is not visible.
Okay. Sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Share your screen.
Video. Sir, video is not active.
Okay, no problem. Just start your presentation.
Okay.
Yes. Now it will be active. You can.
Sir, my research paper is agriculture marketing. Agriculture marketing helps in meeting the demand and expectation of the consumers. Agricultural marketing plays an important role in Indian economy, and it engages 65 secondary and terminal market functions are the three main marketing functions. It is stages of agricultural marketing. This paper is based on the secondary data information, which is collected from the different source of information like various journal, research paper, annual reports on agricultural marketing in India, and to highlight the new initiative taken by the government and major reforms and new trends in the agriculture marketing. Is the main agriculture marketing is the main aim of the demand for food commodities is increasing in the country. And the demand for food grains during 2020-21 compare with food grains demand in the 2016-71. So they are the main agriculture commodities like seeds, machineries, farm implements, pesticides, insecticides, and fertilizers are an important input for agriculture. Agriculture market produce marketing committee introduced by the state government for the regulation of the mandis. APMC, for example, APMC Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee Act also facilitated the contact farming in the country. In infrastructure development, and it encourages public-private partnership in marketing yard. So this is agriculture marketing reform and integration of the agriculture market is one new venue. Electronic national agriculture marketing in the country will come major reform in the agriculture marketing. State-wise, 498 APMC integrated with the electronic national market in the country. So just now introduction of the paper. Agriculture marketing can be defined as the commercial functions involved in transferring agriculture products consisting of farm, horticultural and other allied products from producer to consumer. Agriculture marketing includes all activities involved in moving agriculture produce from produce to consumers through time, space, processing and transferring ownership at various levels of marketing channels. Agriculture is the base backbone of Indian economy. Everyone should share agriculture as well as the backbone of Indian economy. Out of 320 million workforce, 170 million are employed in agriculture. If not provide food requirements to such huge population of India, because population is increasing more and more. But returns compared to the increasing population, the returns is not satisfied. You can say that. Then next, coming to the meaning of agricultural marketing. Agriculture marketing of agriculture goods, where the marketing of agriculture goods, where the agriculture produce is sold, or it refers to serving involved in the moving. So now next one definition I have mentioned here. National Committee, according to National Committee, agriculture market is a process of flow of agriculture produces through the use of natural resources for the welfare of the people. And the number two definition, according to Thompson, agriculture market is such type of agriculture operations related to agriculture produce from farm to final consumers. So now coming to the next one, objectives of agriculture marketing. Following are the main objectives of agricultural marketing. Number one, increase the profit of farms, provision of up-to-date information about the market, to stabilize the price level or maintain the price level, create better and exported standard of living, and to maintain the standard of
standard of goods, best use of surplus production. Next one, to promote direct marketing so as to increase market efficiency. The next one, to achieve self-sufficiency in food grains. And last one, to promote sustainable use of natural resources such as land and water. And coming to the next methodology, the methodology of this research paper is the information on agriculture marketing infrastructure has been gathered from annual report of various ministers and their directorate dealing in the subject. So next one, Directorate of Marketing and Inspection, National Horticulture Board, Ministry of Transport, Directorate of Surface Transport, Department of Telecommunication, Ministry of Communication, Ministry of Food and Civil Supply, published reports and website of the minister. So coming to the next one, that is the function of agricultural marketing. Following are the main functions of agricultural marketing. To provide opportunities for.
Can you come to the conclusion, please?
So functions are there. There are some functions and advantages and disadvantages of agricultural marketing. So what are the? There are some.
Just come to the conclusion, and if you have any suggestion, please provide.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So conclude the research paper conclusion is that is there is an eminent need for the agriculture marketing initiatives to be largely organized. The present market must cover aspects of marketing network and actual regulation of the need to strengthen the regulated market system arises from changing nature of linkages between agriculture and markets. It has been observed that better and easy market access and efficient information flow can bring much desired market, better and easy market access and efficient information flow can bring much.
From your research,
Okay,
is there
sir.
any suggestion? Just give the one suggestion.
Suggestions. Okay, sir.
So that it is helpful to the agriculture.
Sir. The suggestion to improve the system of agricultural marketing. The government has suggested certain measures. Certain measures.
What government has suggested, it is not important. What is your suggestion for the government?
Agriculture marketing.
Agriculture marketing.
Sir, actually, organization of regulated market and the grading and maintain the grading and standardization and use of standard weights.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Stop your presentation.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, Neha, this side, so my presentation
Neha
was.
Komaraiah, you can start
Yes,
your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, be very specific to your objectives and discussions and the conclusion.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. I guess my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes, sir. My name is Neha, sir, and I'm a research scholar at PNG PG Government College, Ramnagar, Kumaon University, Nainital. I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Inaugural, for guiding me, and I would also like to express my gratitude to the panelists and the convener for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. So basically, as my title says, the disinvestment and its impact on PSUs in India. For the very first 4 decades after independence, the country was pursuing a path of development in the public sector, which was expected to be the engine of growth. However, the public sector overgrew itself and its shortcomings started manifesting in low capacity utilization, overcapitalization, cost runnings, inability to innovate and take quick and timely decisions. And there was a large interference of the government as well. Hence, a decision was taken in 1991 to follow the path of disinvestment. As the extract says, as a result, by disinvesting in the PSCs, the government minimizes the ambiguity for the multi-dimensional objectives functioned by combining social welfare and profits due to transfer of ownership to the private sector. The study also analyzes the complete framework of disinvestment and states the need of the disinvestment in India. Introduction, disinvestment is very clear from the name itself. It refers to sale of basically the government shares partly or fully to the enterprises. It is very different from the privatization. Privatization is generally a process of transfer of ownership of public sector undertakings to the private sector. Now, the objective of the study is to evaluate the need and history of disinvestment in India and to analyze the performance of PSUs with the reference to disinvestment. Methodology, the complete study is based on the secondary sources like newspaper, magazines, ebooks, and the various government websites. Now, in my research paper, I just concluded the period from 1992 to 2001. The interim budget, the change process in India began basically in 1991 to 1992 with 31 selected PSUs, which disinvestment for around 3,000 crore. Basically, in August 1996, the Disinvestment Commission, chaired by G.V. Ramakrishnan, was set up to advise, supervise, monitor, and gradual disinvestment of Indian public PSUs. It submitted a report which included 13 PSUs, and Dr. R.H. Patil subsequently took up the chairmanship for the commission in July 2001. There were various reasons for the low proceeds from disinvestment against the actual targets set were the reasons were the unfavorable market conditions, lack of political will, lack of transparency in the process. Now moving on to the next period, that was 2001 to 2004. This was the period where the maximum number of disinvestment took place, and it basically took the shape of either strategic sales or an offer a sale to the public, with the government still retaining control of the management. And various companies such as Bharat Aluminium, Tata Communications were disinvestment due to this in this period. And the valuation that was realized during this period were found to be substantially higher than the minority stake sales. Now, in the period of 2004-5, 2008-9, the issue of PSU disinvestment remained a continuous issue during this period. And as a result of this disinvestment agenda, during this period, in the 5 years from 2003-4 to 2008-9, the total receipts from disinvestment were only 8,591 crore. Now, moving on to the period of 2009-2021, a stable government and improved stock market conditions initially led to renewed thrust on the disinvestment, and the government started process by selling minority stakes in the listed and the unlisted, like NHPCL, Oil India Limited, NTPC Limited. Now, the current disinvestment policy. According to the findings of the budget document, the government has drastically reduced the disinvestment target for the next financial year, 2023, which was set at 65,000 crore. And the financial year 23 disinvestment target is much lower than the current year's revised projection of rupees 78,000 crore. Now, moving on to the conclusion portion of my research paper, the present study was completely on the major policy decisions taken by government in 1991 with regard to public sector enterprises in India as a part of public sector policy and the disinvestment of CPSEs. The disinvestment program, basically initiated in the year 1991, reflected a transition of giving the public sector a significant position in the economy, placing along its commercial competitive lines so as to tap the true potential inherent in the CPSEs. Over a period of 20 years, the policy in India has evolved continuously while gaining useful experiences from within rather than from the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have the next presenter? Dr. Lahane, you are there?
Hello.
Yeah, Mahesh, if you have any other person, you can just announce.
Mahesh,
Yeah.
Dr. Mahesh sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Lahane sir is not responding.
Yeah, Neha, nice presentation. If you have someone who is ready to present the paper,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nita,
Nita Chordia.
you are
Yes.
ready for the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Be very, very specific to your objectives, and because you have given only 5 minutes to conclude, right?
Yes. Yes. My paper name is The Imperative Contribution of Software Industry in Economic Development of India After Independence. And the design of hardware actually involves the development and use of appropriate software code. So there are definite overlaps in the two categories, and it is also possible to substitute software for hardware in the basic design of the circuits. And the actual production of hardware is classified within the manufacture sector. After the also various other government initiatives like setting up software technology parks, STP, export oriented special economic zones, and foreign direct investment have helped this industry in achievements a dominant position in the world IT industry. And in the present time, when the COVID-19 pandemic has grabbed the whole world and economics have been harded, Indian software industry is still showing positive signs and has the overcome. This is it is emerged as a global economic force and a major contributor. And that is in 22, the top 3 Indian IT companies, ICS, Wipro, and Infosys, are accepted to offer 1.05 lakh job opportunities due to increasing demand for talent. India's IT and business services market is projected to reach US $19.93 billion by 2025. According, then Indian IT firms have delivery centers all across the world. IT and B.P.M. industries are well diversified across verticals such as BFSL, telecom, and retail, increasing strategic online between domestic and international players to deliver across the global. India ranked third worldwide with 608 experts across all verticals, including technology. And the computer, software, and hardware sector in India attaches cumulative foreign direct investment (FDI) inflows worth US $81.31 billion between April 2000 and December 2021. In the Union Budget 2022-23, the allocation for IT and telecom sector stood at rupees 88,567.57 crore, and that is the government introduced the STEP scheme, which is a 100% export-oriented scheme for the development and export of computer software, including export of professional services. Its value creation is based on organizing this assembly as efficiently as possible, doing so on demand, and keeping its inventories absolutely minimal. Strong customer services plus management of communications and locked-in.
Time is very much. We have just
Yes.
come to the
Yes, sir.
conclusion
Thank you,
and
thank
give
you,
any
sir.
suggestion.
Please
Yes,
try
sir.
to conclude.
Yes, any
Thank you, sir.
conclusion and suggestion, please.
I'm allowed to present the paper. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
No, just give your conclusion. Okay, no problem.
Hello.
Now, next participant is Sandeep Bandari from Gaurai.
Bandari sir, are you there?
Bandari sir.
Sorry, sir. Bandari sir. Okay, Bandari sir is not there. So
Gaikwad Shivaji.
I request. Bandari sir is not there, so I request.
Shivaji Gaikwad.
Yes.
Shivaji Gaikwad from Pune, Akrudi, Pune. Yes, he is present.
Gaikwad sir.
Next, Jasveer Kaur.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Yes. Now
Yes.
you have to share your screen and present your paper within 5 minutes. Do not read the paper. Your introduction, objectives, main theme, conclusion, and if the suggestion, anyone. Okay? Just share your screen and start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Yeah. My screen is visible, sir.
Yes, it is visible. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. The topic foreign direct investment, foreign remittances. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Foreign direct investment, foreign remittances for imports, and India's economic growth, a time series analysis. Now I presenting the flow of my presentation: abstract, introduction, review of literature, data, methodology, research, and discussion. First of all, I present my increased and become one of the main sources are the largest source of financial flow than other sources. This empirical research study aims to establish a link between external determinants like personal remittances, inflow, foreign direct investment, and foreign imports, and economic growth in India. These are the main variables of my study. This is the time series analysis, and I'm taking data from 1978 to 2020. Now I'm showing my introduction. As India holds top position in both scenarios by sending 18 million migrants and have received over 83 billion foreign remittances in 2020, which is maximum in the world than other countries. As the adoption of sustainable development goals in 2015, also one objective is focus on the migration aspect. As they said, migration is the key for development of all. There is also the significance on the role of foreign remittances, FDI imports in the economic growth of India. So for that, I am going through a review of literature to gain the in-depth knowledge about my variables, about the trends, not only in the previous studies, but also official reports of international organizations related to the study, like reports of International Organization of Migration, World Bank data. For studies from these studies, I analyzed that these studies give mixed result in context of mainly developing countries.
Your objective, if there is hypothesis, how you can test and conclude.
Okay, sir. And data, I'm already, as I already explained from secondary sources. Methodology I used unit to test as a ADF test and Phillips Ferron test, and after that Johansson test to check long-term relationship. After that FMLS and DOLS test, and after that I examine the relationship between the variables. These are the results which comes from the tests. As unit 2 test explained, variables are stationary at first difference. Johansson co-integration test long-run relationship, and FMLS and DOLS test shows that Foreign remittances increase economic growth, whereas foreign imports decrease economic growth, negatively impact. And this is the conclusion and policy implication of my study, that foreign remittances increase economic growth, imports negatively influence, and FDI have insignificant negative impact on economic growth in the long run. And according to this study and research, policymakers should take appropriate steps to increase the inflow of foreign remittances to enlarge long-run economic growth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have stopped your screen presentation. Now, next participant, Mangesh Sirsa.
You are not audible, sir.
Yes, you can stop your screen.
Okay.
Next, Nita Choldia.
चोरडिया झालं वाटतं ना नीता चोरडिया?
नाही नाही, नीता चोरडिया there.
चोरडिया एक मॅडम झाल्या चोरडियाचे.
गणेश आडगावकर, योगिता शेजूर, डॉक्टर गणेश काथार, संजय रत्न पारखी, वाघमारे, लक्ष्य कौशिक पुरी. Yes, Lakshya Kaushik Puri is there.
Yes, sir.
Just share.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes. You are audible. Just share your screen and present your paper within 5 minutes.
Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Sir, one request is there. I am in traveling, so
okay, no problem. Just start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my topic is the analytical study of concept of bad bank in Indian context. Before starting this concept, I want to tell one thought, that what is the common between Vijay Mallya and Mumbai Indians. So the common thing is, I think both are non-performing assets. So what is the need of bad bank in Indian context? So bad bank lies in when the loan default has been issued for the banking industry, and the development of a sound financial and economic system requires a sound banking system. So non-performing assets are the significant impediment to the banking system for smooth operations. So the Indian economy has been reeling under the stress of non-performing loans for quite some times now. And the government and the RBI have over time introduced several measures to contain the rising growth of stressed assets. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the incumbents of stress had slowly but steadily blown into a crisis. Unfortunately, with the COVID-19 pandemic affecting economic sectors across the board, the problem has become worse. Bad loans in the system are expected to balloon in the wake of contraction in the economy and the problems being faced by many sectors. So keeping in this mind, I have set 3 objectives for this study: to study the concept of bad bank, to understand the pertinence of bad bank in Indian context, to speculate on potential impact of post-implementation of bad bank. So, my dear friends, what is a bad bank? It is an asset reconstruction company, or it is an asset management company that takes over the bad loans of commercial banks, manages them, and finally recovers the money over a period of time. The bad bank is not involved in lending or taking deposits, but helps commercial banks to clean up their balance sheets and resolve bad loans. The takeover of bad loan is normally below the book value of loan, and bad bank tries to recover as much as possible subsequently. So in the Indian context, according to data available, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, NARCL, was incorporated on July 7, 2021 with an authorized capital of 100 crore and paid up capital of 74.6 crore. The bad bank is headed by Padma Kumar Madhavan Nair as a stress expert from State Bank of India. So initially, lenders have identified 22 stressed accounts. I will highlight only highest non-performing assets for the banks, which includes Videocon, having rupees 22,532 crores, Reliance Naval and Engineering Limited 8,000 crores, Amtech Auto 9,000 crores.
Conclusion, your time is over.
Yes, sir. So what are the benefits of this bad bank concept? It will provide lending leverages to bank. It will revive the credit flow after post-COVID. And I'm concluding my topic. It may be pertinent to note that shifting the stress from one entity to another should not be considered as a ticket to resolving the problem of stress asset. A bad bank or even a network of bad bank will not make the losses disappear. The losses or non-performing loans transferred to a bad bank will still exist. The process may allow better recovery of these loans in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Now, next participant, just off your screen, lecture. Madhukar Aghav, is he present there? R.A. Pulkar, Dr. R.A. Pulkar. Ubaid Mehman. Tukaram Pavle. Virendra Amonkar.
Amonkar म्हणजे तुझं ना.
Virendra Amonkar is there.
सर ते चेअरपर्सन आहे.
हा चेअरपर्सन.
Dr. Panzade sir. P.R. Panzade is there. Dr. Rajendra Udan. Dr. Yezdi Chayekar. Now, nobody will be there for presentation. Now, may I request our resource person, Dr. Anumiya Agrawal, PNG Government, PG College, Ramnagar, Nainital, Uttarakhand. They have to, today's resource person, we have request him to guide us or to present his presentation. May I request, madam, just share your screen and start the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, madam.
Okay. My topic will be the growth of services in the in India after independence. So I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
I hope it is visible.
No, madam, you have present your screen.
Share your screen, please.
Share your
I
screen.
have shared the screen. Can you see it?
No. We cannot see this screen.
Madam, you start your video, then we can able to see your screen because your video is off.
No video is on, sir.
Sir, give the host permission to him.
It is already permitted, sir. The screen sharing is open for everyone.
Okay. Madam, on the bottom there will be the green arrow. Just click on that and share
I'm
screen
clicking
again.
that only, sir.
Once again, please try it.
Can you see the screen?
No.
संदीप सर, उनको क्या करना चाहिए? अभी मोबाइल के ऊपर है वो.
The best way, ma'am, you can send on WhatsApp to Dr. Kalyankar sir.
Okay, wait.
From his side. Kalyankar sir, मला पाठवा तुम्ही. मी लगेच share करतो.
Okay.
On WhatsApp, she can.
Yes,
I'm sending on the WhatsApp. I'm sending. Wait.
Actually, what happens if someone is operating from mobile and her video is off, so they cannot able to share the screen. So maybe it is a network issue, but Kalyankar sir, you send me on my WhatsApp. I will share.
Yes.
I've done that. Okay, in the meantime, I can start speaking. That's not a problem. Yeah. So now, as we are talking about the India's growth during the last 5 years, so these the three sectors, that is the culture. Mike's mute, please. Okay, thank you. Now, we need to, all the students here, all the scholars here need to understand that the services, the importance of service sector is not only for India, but across the globe, because it has been verified that as the economic development increases, like as we have economic development, we switch from agriculture to industry to services. So gradually, as the any country develops economically, then there will be a shift from the agriculture to industries to the service sector. So now, can you just play it rather than putting it like this? Just do the slide share, play slide. No.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that option. Okay. It's not doing. Yeah, that's better. Now, it is very clear. I don't think so I need to go into this, that what is a service sector. Service sector is is the intangible sector of any of the economy, where we are going to provide with the services of services to the people. So I'm not going to go into that. Can you please move to next slide? Yeah. Now this in India, we have this composition of service sector in India, that is trade, hotels and restaurants. We have transport, storage and communication, finance, insurance, real estate and business services, and community, social and personal services. So basically the entire statistics that we have in India, that is divided into these 4 heads. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, now the service sector in India has grown drastically in the last 75 years, especially after the economic reforms of 1991. The most sectors which have progressed are the IT sectors and the BPOs, and even tourism. Tourism, as we all know, that we had a advertisement of Incredible India, and that was considered as one of the opportunities in India for the Indian economy, because the number of the tourism as an industry grew drastically after the economic reforms. But there are certain problems. I will come to the problems later. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. First is the contribution of services to the GDP. Second is the contribution of service sector to employment sector. Then what is the FDIs which we are having in the service sector? And what is the part played by different states in the service sector? And the last will be what are the shortcomings, what are the problems which are being faced by the service sector. So to be more, can I go to the previous slide, please? Yeah. So as you can see from this slide, I have put 2 diagrams where the sectoral distribution contribution to GDP has been shown. So as it is very clear to you that service sector has grown drastically after 1990. There has been a sharp rise in the contribution of GDP of the service sector after 1991 economic reforms. And if you look at the other part, in the last 10 years, this is the statistics which is showing, the bar diagram is showing the statistics for the last 10 years. The GDP contribution has almost stayed constant, but has been a major part. The agriculture sector, which contributes to approximately even now to a higher share, still has a higher share of employment, but has not contributed to the GDP. And service sector is just the reverse, where we are having a shortage in the employment rate, but still the contribution to GDP has increased. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, presently, the contribution of GDP is approximately to 53 to 54% of GDP of the GDP has been, that is GVA, gross value added, has been by service sector. There has been a fall down from during the pandemic, from during 2021 and 2022. So that is why there has been a fall in the share of service sector due to pandemic. The fall down is due to the pandemic, which is showing here. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, now let us talk about what is the contribution or what is the growth rate in gross value added of the subsectors of the service sector. Now, I have taken the statistics from 2016-17 to 2021-22. So as you can see, that total services have a growth rate of 8.4, 8.1, 7.2, 7.2, and minus 8.4. And again, it rose back to 8.2. Now, as compared to the growth rate in the trade, hotel, transport, communication, and services related to broadcasting, there has been a static, growth rate has been static throughout from 16-17 to 18-19. Then it fell down to 19-20, and it went to minus 18.1. That was the highest fall down in the growth rate due to pandemic. And again, but however, it has again risen. These are the estimates. These are the previous, just the provisional estimates that I am giving you. As far as the financial real estate and professional services are concerned, as you can see from here, we have 8.7, then it fell down to 6.2, 7.2, 7.3, and minus 1.5. And again, it has risen from 4.0. The public administration, defense, and other services have a growth rate of 9.2. It rose to 11.9, fell down again to 7.4, 8.3, and minus 4.6. And again, it has risen to 10.7. So these are the growth rates of the subsectors of the service sector. Can I move to the next slide? Okay, now this is the gross value added of the service sector of services subsector. This is relative to the pre-pandemic level. So as I have taken the quarters, if you take these quarters, now this is, I have taken this part because the impact of COVID-19 or impact of the pandemic on service sector was very high because of the closure of most of the hotels and the transport and communication. So an attempt has been made to give you a comparative study. Okay, what was there in the quarter 1 and 2 of 2021 and quarter 1 and 2 of 21-22. So as you can see, the growth rate, the gross value added in services was, this is 84, 99, 99, 0906, but it has again, as compared to 2021, the growth rate has risen in quarter 1 of 2021-22, even though it was less. And this statistics is there for almost all the subsectors. If you talk about, so the service sectors, though it fell down during the pandemic, but again, it has reverted back with again the same growth rate, in fact, more growth rate as compared to the pre-pandemic level. Can I have the next slide? Now, as far as this is the reverse of this, there is just an inverse impact on employment. Now, this is one area where the employment rate has still been very small, though the rate of growth in service sector has increased, as is shown in the first diagram. But the percentage of workforce, the distribution of workforce still stands high in the agriculture sector as compared to service sector. The industry sector or the secondary sector has remained constant throughout, but there has been a very, very small shift in the employment contribution of total workforce in the service sector. So now this is one area where it is also certain literature say that this is a jobless growth. Jobless growth is there in service sector. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, as compared to FDIs, now here the FDIs have been increasing in the service sector, especially during on the IT sector. So the service sector has increased to 92.41 billion from April 2000 to December 2021, and it has ranked first in the FDI inflows by the Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade. So the FDIs, India service sector is attracting a very large inflow of FDIs from the, in the service sector is attracting a lot of FDIs in the last few years, and the growth rate is very high. That is a very positive point, especially for the market. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, before I talk about the basic advantages to the Indian economy, I also want to talk about the impact of service sector, the service sector's share at the state level. Now, approximately 50% of the gross state value added in 12 out of 33 states is from the service sector. Now, Chandigarh has been standing out throughout and still ranks the highest in contributing to the GSVA in the service sector. And Sikkim is the lowest, which contributes only to 24.25%. So however, during 1920-21, the Sikkim's service share has increased to 24% from 18% to the previous year. And the share in the last 3 years, the share of the services have increased by over 4% for states like Himachal Pradesh and Odisha. And even today, Maharashtra and Karnataka are the top 2 contributors to services in GSVA. And they have been adding the service sector of these 2 states have added to 15.1 lakh crores and 9.71 lakh crores to the GVA in 2021. So this is what is for the state level. Now, if we talk about the overall advantage to the Indian economy, the first is that India has become an export hub for software services. The major contribution has been in the IT sector, and it has been in the export hub for software services. The Indian IT outsourcing service market is expected to witness 6 to 8% growth between 1920-21 and 2024. India's IT and business services market is projected to reach at $19.91 billion by 2025, and the India software service industry is expected to reach by $1 trillion by 2030. So there has been a drastic increase in the IT sector. The IT sector is one sector which has contributed the most to these in the service sector. If we talk about the competitive advantage, there has been a growth in the PPPs. Now, in September 2021, India moved up to 2 spots to 46 in the Global Innovation Index 2021. due to successful advancements in services that are technologically dynamic and can be traded internationally. Large pool of skilled manpower, especially in the areas of IT and BMP, are available at a relatively low cost, and a rapidly increasing youth population is looking to migrate from agriculture to other sectors. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, the Government of India is also making a lot of policies for the service, especially like the Make in India initiative was made to expand the Indian entrepreneur ecosystem. Then India is also promoting services which will charge zero tax for education and health services. In October 2021, the government announced a new helicopter scheme to build dedicated hubs and corridors to boost helicopter services. And then this has already been discussed, that the FDI inflows have been increases, and the Indian service sector becomes the largest recipients of FDI inflows between April 2000 to December 2022. 100% FDI is allowed for any regulated financial sector activity under automatic route. In the first half of 2021, private equity investments in India stood at $11.82 billion as compared to $5.43 billion in the same period last year. So these are the basic advantages that the service sector has done to the Indian economy and has also contributed in this way. Next slide, please. Now, to promote further, the Indian government has made a lot of policies for the service sector. The first scheme which is discussed here is Services Exports from India scheme. Now, this basically aims to export services from India. Next, previous one. And under this scheme, a reward of 3 to 5% of net foreign exchange is earned in giving up Mode 1, Mode 2 services. In the midterm review of FDP 2015-20, SEIC IS initiatives to notified services were increased by 2%. Now, the digital connectivity initiative has been made by the government during 2021-22, and the government has allocated 7,000 crores to the BharatNet program to boost digital connectivity across India. Next part, please. Then we have another policy, that is Electronics Hardware Manufacturing Policy of Tamil Nadu 2020, where the Tamil Nadu government announced a new electronics and hardware manufacturing policy aligned with the old policy to increase the state's electronics output to $100 billion by 2025. Under this policy, it aims to meet the requirement for incremental human resource by upskilling and training more than 1 lakh people by 2024. Then health is considered as one of the most important part here. So the health data management policy has been made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has announced National Digital Health Mission to provide a unique health ID to every Indian and revolutionize the healthcare industry by making it easily accessible to everyone in the country. The policy draft is under public consultation. Next is National Education Policy has been made, and I think we are all well aware that gradually the education policy is being transformed so that we can bring new capabilities again for each student. Next slide, please. Now, GST has been done, and GST is also supporting the service sector. Like the GST rates are nil for education and healthcare services, 5% for air transport of passengers, 12% for food and drinks, 18%, 12% for accommodation in hotels. So these are the different GST rates where the government is trying to minimize on the GST rates. Then we have the FDI policy. 100% FDI is allowed under automatic route in scheduled air transport service, regional airport air transport service, and domestic scheduled passenger airlines. Approval of 100% FDI in aviation for foreign carriers have been done. 100% GST is allowed under automatic route in tourism and hospitality, subject to applicable regulations and laws. The Government of India allowed 100% FDI in education sector through the automatic route since 2002. For the healthcare sector, 100% FDI is allowed under the automatic route for greenfield projects, and for brownfield project investments up to 100% FDI is permitted under the government route. FDI cap in the telecom sector has been increased to 100% from 74%. Out of 100%, 49% will be done through automatic route, and the rest will be done through the Foreign Investment Promotion Board approval route. Government has allowed 100% FDI in railway sector for approved list of projects, and FDI limit for insurance companies has been raised from 49% to 74% and 100% for insurance intermediaries. So as you can see, the FDI has been increased. Now, but what are the basic problems that we are facing? The one basic problem that the economic survey states is that there has been a fall in the bank credit. The bank credit has fallen, and the rate of increase has not been that high. And another problem that the service sector is facing is that we do not have we still have less skilled manpower for the service sector. Though after pandemic, as you all are aware, even this seminar, this conference is one of the examples how we are having online. Everything has become online for us. So this is another problem, that we still need more skilled manpower for service sector. But the contribution of services in exports has been increasing. US still has been the highest exporter of the Indian service sector, especially the IT. The IT and the B.P.M. are the highest exporters. So US is the highest exporter for that. And but we still need to emphasize that this sector needs to grow in coordination. In my opinion, the agriculture sector and service sector will need to now coordinate with each other, because there is a need for applicability of service sector to the agriculture sector. There has been a specific growth in the service sector, there has been a specific growth in the agriculture sector, but as we have the manpower in the agriculture sector, and we have the potential of growth in the service sector, so there is a need for the government policies to transfer the force and to coordinate between the agriculture and the service sector. Otherwise, there will be a misbalance, there will be an imbalance, and which will not be very, very advantageous on the long run, because it may lead to inequality and more social problems if this is not benchmarked by the Government of India. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your valuable speech. Lane sir is here. Dr. Lane sir.
Sir, he is here, but he is not responding.
Sir. Please call Ambedkar sir for the conclude the chairperson.
Yes, sir. Thank you very madam. Thank you very much, madam. Madam have given the nice presentation here.
For inviting me for this conference, and there were a lot of very good presentations. I want to thank Takle sir and Kalyankar sir who have invited me, and also entire team. I want to congratulate the entire team of Sri Sant Saptamali Gramin Mahavidyalaya for organizing such a wonderful online conference on this topic, which is one of the most prevalent topics in India at present.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you very much. Madam have given the very nice presentation on the growth of service sector in India. What is service sector? What is the composition of service sector? Growth of GVA? What is the GDP role in the service sector? We have covered each and every point in his presentation. Now I may request our chairperson, Professor Virendra Amonkar, Head of the Department, SSA Government College. Now, we can invite the chairperson. They have to conclude the session within the 15 minutes and put his opinion from whatever the presentation to up till the 9. Welcome, sir. Chairperson Virendra, sir, please present. Yes, first of all, unmute yourself, sir, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be a part of this national level e-conference, which is organized by your college, and I'd like to thank the organizers for beautifully organizing, and though all the research papers are very nicely presented. And I am happy that the organizers will definitely take away something from this and put forward their views, and whatever the researchers are given, they will put forward to the government as a part of for a policy implementation. Because we are research scholars, we are we are doing actual research in the field, and those field research has to be implemented. It is not just a presentation and publication. It has to be implemented. So from our side, as a paper, as a researcher, or as a research scholars, whoever people were presented, they need to implement those things. So I'll be not taking much of your time, but I'll be taking just a few. Maybe I am not since there is a lack of time, I will be not spending more time on that. But on the contrary, I will speak only a few things which are taken, a major reform that has been taken in terms of direct and indirect tax. Just a few things which are taken. Okay, some of the research scholars have already covered. I think I am audible to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, audible. So maybe if I talk about after independence, what are the major things that have taken place in direct and indirect tax? If you see gradually, if you see from 1947 to till 1991, when we followed LPG, there's a lot of things that have taken place, especially in terms of direct and indirect tax. Till 2017, we had a particular state sales tax, then service tax was there, excise duty was there, custom duty, or other so many taxes were there. So there was a dual taxation was prevailing. So especially in indirect tax, especially if you think about it, was especially with reference to GST, goods and service tax, which has merged goods and service tax together at one place, which was the biggest reforms that have taken place, especially in terms of indirect tax. If you see the indirect tax GST was actually informally or formally discussed in 2010, 2011, 2013, 14, but actually it was implemented from 1st July 2017, which is the biggest reform that have taken place in in terms of indirect tax. This is the tax which has brought the nation in the notion of one nation, one market, one tax. And the moment that the Indian government was waiting for a decade, for so many years, the single biggest indirect tax regime, which was brought all the interstate barriers to the trade. And this is the biggest reforms which have taken place. And we know there are many hiccups are there, there are many challenges are there. But if you see when it was implemented, now if you see, if India, if you look at the January 2022 collection, we almost touched the record of collection of 1.40 lakhs crore, which this amount will be definitely used by all the it is the biggest revenue for that. If you see the collection of direct and indirect, indirect tax is coming closer to the direct tax. Okay, so GST is one of the aspect which is found, a reform that may be introduced by the, particular. I will not mention the government, but it is a drastic step that have taken place for more than 20 years. And if you look at the other aspect which is related to the indirect tax, there has been major changes in terms of reduction in corporate tax, which is reduced to tax regime to 22%. There are incentives given to the manufacturing domestic companies, which are reduced. Their tax rate has been reduced to 15%. There is reduction of MAT, MAT rate tax from 18.5 to 15%. These are the major, things which have taken place in terms of indirect taxes. And if you look at the indirect tax, since introduction of 2017, if you see we are ranked now 63rd among the 190 economies for ease of doing business, which is one of the incredible aspect which has taken place in terms of Indian economy. In 2012 we ranked 117, but after introduction of GST from 2017, which we moved from 131 to 100 place, and now we are ranking 63rd place, which is showing a drastic changes in our indirect tax. Lastly, in few 2 minutes, I will cover up the direct taxes. In direct taxes, there are many things which are offered to the salaried employee or individual associates, wherein the standard deduction was not there, which is reduced in 2018 by making it 40,000. Now it has been increased 2019-20 increased to the 50,000. New portal has been introduced. If you know the new portal, it was income tax gov.incomefiling.com was there, but now it is incometax.gov.in is there, which is one of the faceless, seamless, one of the best, for internet, e-filing. Actually, internet e-filing was introduced in 2004 in September on voluntary basis in 2004, and 2006 was made compulsory mandatory for the firms and corporate sector. But from 2013 onwards, it was made compulsory for the income taxpayers whose income is more than 10 lakhs, and now it is from 10 lakhs one more. Now it is to now it is come down to 5 lakh. If you see the trend which has taken indirect, especially with reference to e-filing, on first June, that is 7 July 2021, a new portal was introduced. And remember, this portal is replacing the 10-year back Infosys's software, e-filing software. So definitely with introduction of new thing, definitely there will be some problem. Glitches will be a difficulty, with their problem will be there, but definitely we are moving to the best. We are moving to the one of the best way, which is the Indian economy is moving on. There are many things which are introduced, it may not be covered within maybe 15 or 10 minutes, but there are many things which are introduced in indirect and direct tax. But two major things which are I will definitely cover is very important is implementation of GST, because there are many things, there are many challenges, especially with reference to the GST, because there was a dual taxation which was followed. So now we are coming under one thing. There is a except certain products like petroleum and lubricant, the VAT is still applicable, which that is VAT is still applicable in a particular state, which become a state revenue for a particular state. But otherwise, indirect and direct taxes, there are many reforms which have come. So definitely we are on the right track. This is from my side. If anything you want, especially the today's papers, if you look at the today's papers, there were some papers which were based on some past data, but there were some papers which were very relevant, and I feel some papers presenters should do more research on that, and then cover a more statistical data and bring that data and give this data to the government so that they can implement those for policy implementation. This is from my side, and if anything from my side if left out, please let me know, because we are already running out of time, because I'm listening from 12 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Today's chairperson, Virendra Amonkar, head of the department, SHG government, very nicely conclude the session. I am very much thankful from the Sauthamari College that after the conclusion, the vote of thanks will be given by the Sandeep Jagtap from the college. I request the Sandeep Jagtap to propose the vote of thanks, and thank you very much, Virendra Amonkar sir, for your valuable guidance and given the suggestion from 12 o'clock up to now. Thank you very much. Now I request.
Thank you, Virendra sir.
Yeah, I like to thank Mahesh sir also for giving opportunity to be part of this chairperson for this function, because we are long friends for so many years. Thank you very much, Mahesh sir.
Yes, welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lahane sir. It's given me a immense pleasure to propose a word of thanks of this first technical session of National E-Conference, which is jointly organized by Department of Economics and Department of Commerce, Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulamde under the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada Vidyapit Aurangabad. I especially thank to today's resource person. It is a coincidence because today's both of resource person are belonging from the very important places of India, which is the one is a tourist place, we can say. One is the Nainital and second one is from Goa, because its conference is the journey of Indian economy after independence, and the both of the places are we are getting more revenue from tourist economy from these two places. Thank you very much the today's resource person, Professor Dr. Anumita Agarwal madam. She is a professor in economics from PNG Government PG College Nainital from Kumaon University, Uttarakhand. I thank to chairperson Professor Virendra R. Amonkar sir, Head of Department of Commerce from SSA Government College, Goa. My specially thanks to today's the session coordinator, Professor Dr. Rajesh Lahane sir, from Head of Department of Commerce from Devgiri College. My thanks to all 11 research presented who have presented their paper in a very proper way. Thank you. No duty is more urgent than of returning of thanks. So I thank you all the participant, active participant who have participated from this virtual platform from each and every part of India. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we will have a technical session on sharp at 10 o'clock. The professor, the resource person, Professor Dr. Syed Azruddin sir from Head of Department of Commerce from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and chairperson Professor Dr. S.S. Patil sir, the principal GBR Degree College, Karnataka. They are going to handle this to tomorrow's session. So thank you very much. Thank you all the resource person, chairperson, and session coordinator. I thank from my bottom of heart, and I thank from the organizing committee of Sri Sant Sautamari Gramin Mahavidyalaya Fulamri. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sandeep sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ani sir, thank you. Nani sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Viren sir, Agarwal madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. आपल्या सर्वांचं सहकार्य आहे.
आप सबने टाइम दिया इसीलिए वो सक्सेस हो रही है.
यस यस, आपका सहयोग है सर.
हाँ, वीरेन कल का सेशन भी अच्छा है सर. वीरेन सर.
हाँ, नो प्रॉब्लम.
सैयद सर का आप सुनो. हाँ हाँ हाँ. मैं अग्रवाल मैडम से भी अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो सैयद सर का सुने.
यस यस.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Dr. Thora sir, Dr. Maha sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Very well organized.
Our technical team, Dr. Sanjay Jagtap, Father Vijay Pandey, also here is institute, technical institute is here. They are supporting us, expert computer institutes. So they are supporting, so we can handle.
ये आर्टिस्ट जो आपने जो ब्राउचर देखा है मेरे पीछे अभी, हमारे जो हुनर जो पर्सनालिटी है संदीप जी जगताप, इनका डिजाइन है.
All the participants are requested to join early in the morning 10 a.m. So your cooperation is very, very important to success this 2 days international, 2 days national conference.
Okay, thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.